Machiavelli called it the art of making others act in your interest while believing they act in their own. That isn't manipulation, it's mastery of perception. Think of Lorenzo de' Medici, who ruled Florence not by armies, but by alliances. He made rivals believe that serving him was serving themselves. His power was invisible, yet absolute, woven through favors, marriages, and debts of gratitude. Fast forward to the modern world. Steve Jobs did the same thing. He wasn't the best engineer, nor could he code, but he could persuade others to build his vision. He understood the most Machiavellian truth of all, that perception shapes reality more than facts ever could. That's the foundation of modern power. Influence is the new sword. We call it branding, persuasion, marketing, but it's the same ancient art Machiavelli wrote about, the ability to command without force. People don't follow the most logical leader. They follow the one who makes them feel something. Investors don't fund spreadsheets. They fund conviction. Customers don't buy logic. They buy emotion. Teams don't rally behind intelligence. They rally behind vision. Psychology confirms this. The human brain is wired to follow stories, not statistics. Emotion, not reason, drives decision-making. That's why the world's most powerful individuals, from politicians to CEOs, are not necessarily the smartest, but the most magnetic. They manipulate the limbic brain, the part of us that feels before it thinks. Machiavelli saw it centuries ago when he wrote, "Men are so simple and so obedient to present necessities that he who deceives will always find those who let themselves be deceived." Harsh, yes, but accurate. Today, deception has simply evolved into persuasion. The tools are softer, but the outcome is identical. The influencer who sells dreams, the entrepreneur who sells vision, the brand that sells identity, they all follow the same principle. People want to believe. Power flows through belief. That's why a single tweet from Elon Musk can move markets. Why Warren Buffett's offhand remarks shift billions. They've weaponized perception. They understand that belief itself is a form of capital, and that social trust is the most valuable currency of all. The tragedy is that most intelligent people ignore this second form of power. They think the world is a meritocracy of ideas, when in reality, it's an ecosystem of influence. They believe truth speaks for itself, but truth doesn't speak unless it's amplified. Even the greatest idea must pass through the filter of human emotion. And if you don't know how to shape that emotion, your idea dies unheard. Machiavelli warned that he who builds on the people builds on mud. If you can't mold that mud, their perceptions, fears, and desires, you'll drown in it. The lesson is simple but brutal. Influence without execution is manipulation. Execution without influence is futility. Power demands both. The prince who executes but cannot persuade becomes a soldier strong but expendable. The one who persuades but never executes becomes a charlatan, adored but powerless. But when you unite both decisive action and masterful influence, you become what Machiavelli envisioned as the true ruler, the one who commands both men and markets. Because wealth, like politics, is not earned, it's orchestrated. The powerful don't simply build things, they build belief systems. They turn vision into doctrine, products into movements, ambition into myth. They understand that people don't buy products or ideas, they buy meaning, and meaning is engineered through perception. In every age, the most successful figures, from Renaissance bankers to modern billionaires, mastered the same art, shaping how others see them. They made themselves symbols, and symbols outlive men. But even execution and influence, powerful as they are, depend on something deeper, the mindset that binds them together. Without the right internal framework, both crumble under pressure. Machiavelli understood this long before psychology gave it language. He knew that no strategy, no talent, no alliance could save a man ruled by fear. In the end, everything returns to action, not just physical movement, but psychological willingness, the willingness to risk, to be wrong, to be seen failing. the willingness to move without the comfort of certainty. Machiavelli warned that fortune is a woman, and to master her, one must treat her boldly. Fortune doesn't bend to intellect, morality, or patience. She submits only to the bold. You can think deeply, plan wisely, speak elegantly, but if you don't act, fortune turns her face from you. She is loyal only to motion. So, if you want to transform intelligence into wealth, your first duty isn't to know more, it's to move sooner. Stop waiting for clarity. Stop waiting for permission. Stop mistaking preparation for progress. Life never announces the perfect moment. It only presents windows that close faster than your logic can process. Every investor, founder, and ruler who has shaped history learned this lesson in blood and failure. Hesitation is surrender in disguise. The world rewards decisiveness because decisiveness is the rarest resource. Every moment you delay is a throne someone else will seize. The powerful act, then correct. The powerless analyze, then vanish. You can spend years perfecting your plan, but until you enter the arena, you are nothing more than a spectator. That's why the first Machiavellian rule of wealth is this: act before the perfect moment, because the perfect moment doesn't exist. The world belongs to those who move, while others hesitate, to the Renaissance merchant who lent gold while others hoarded it, to the startup founder who launched while others waited for funding, to the artist who released imperfect work while others debated perfection. They all practiced one principle: motion before mastery. All courses of action are risky, Machiavelli wrote, so prudence is not in avoiding danger, but in calculating risk and acting decisively. The second rule: embrace failure as tuition. Intelligent people fear mistakes because they think errors expose their limits. But Machiavelli saw failure as the tuition for command. Every defeat reveals terrain, timing, human nature. The bold don't chase perfection, they chase iteration. Thomas Edison didn't fail 10,000 times. He gathered 10,000 data points. Rockefeller was ruined before he built an empire. Bezos watched billions burn before Amazon conquered retail. Failure was not their shame, it was their syllabus. Psychologically, this is what neuroscientists call error-based learning. The brain rewires fastest under failure and stress. The same heat that melts the timid forges the powerful. The third and final rule: value people more than ideas. Ideas are sterile until others believe in them. Power exists only where perception gathers around it. A ruler without followers is not a ruler. A business without trust is not a business. A genius who cannot communicate his vision is indistinguishable from the fool who has none. Every dynasty, from the Medici to Apple to Tesla, was built not just on innovation, but on influence. Machiavelli spent his life studying this: how men move in herds of emotion, not logic. Men judge generally more by the eye than by the hand, he wrote, meaning people believe what they see, not what is true. So your task is not only to be capable, but to be seen as capable, to craft how the world perceives you, to wield visibility as a weapon. In our age, that means mastering storytelling, the modern form of statecraft. You must make people feel before you make them think. Emotion precedes reason in every human decision. You don't win through argument, you win through aura. Every word you speak, every silence you hold, every symbol you create shapes that aura. That's why the richest men alive are not necessarily the most rational, they are the most magnetic. They pull belief toward them, and belief organizes resources, opportunities, and people. Because the economy is not built on numbers, it's built on trust. So, when you speak your vision, don't just inform, ignite. Don't argue facts, command emotion. The marketplace doesn't reward correctness, it rewards conviction. Each sentence you deliver is a campaign, each impression, a battlefield. Wealth flows not to the most informed, but to the most persuasive. And persuasion, at its core, is not deception. It's leadership, the ability to make others feel that your vision is theirs. That's how every empire is built. This is the final Machiavellian truth. Intelligence is a gift, But motion is power. You can analyze forever, but the world remembers only those who acted. In a game ruled by movement, overthinking is surrender. You can either stay in the maze, sketching perfect maps of possibilities, or you can start walking bruised, uncertain.
Take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. In other words, revolution, personal or financial, demands risk. The question is not whether you can afford it, but whether you can afford not to act. And so, as you prepare to cross into the next stage, you'll confront that universal moment when your ambition outgrows your wallet. When opportunity stands at your door, but the price feels unbearable. That moment will test your nerve, your faith, and your future. How you respond will determine whether you remain a student of wealth or finally become its master. At this point, you've studied the powerful, reshaped your circle, and begun to think like a strategist instead of a spectator. But here's where most fall, at the altar of fear. They hesitate when it's time to pay the price. Machiavelli once wrote, "It is not titles that honor men, but men who honor titles." In other words, wealth and power don't sanctify you. You sanctify them through bold action. The modern prince must learn to treat money not as security, but as weaponry. When I first heard this principle, it terrified me. I was raised, like most, to worship safety. Save your money. Avoid risk. Fear debt. But what Machiavelli understood, and what every modern magnate exploits, is that comfort destroys conquest. A prince who fears spending will never build a fortress strong enough to survive attack. That's why the wealthy see investment differently, not as loss, but as transformation. The act of deploying capital, whether money, time, or reputation, is what forges the next version of yourself. I remember the first time I made a high-risk investment in myself. It wasn't comfortable. It was a $4,000 marketing course at a time when I didn't even have the funds. But I knew stagnation was more expensive. I thought of Machiavelli's words, "Fortune favors the bold, and she's more often won by the impetuous than by those who go to work coldly." That single decision forced me into a new psychological state, one where failure wasn't an option. Debt became the battlefield that demanded victory. In the modern world, this principle is everywhere. Elon Musk sold nearly everything he owned, even mortgaged his homes, to fund Tesla when investors mocked him. The Medici borrowed aggressively to finance ventures that elevated their family from merchants to monarchs. Alexander the Great burned his ships so his men had no path but forward. These men understood the dark truth Machiavelli hinted at. Necessity breeds greatness. When you remove your escape routes, the only direction left is domination. The weak see debt as chains. The strong see it as a sword. That's why I tell anyone serious about rising. Get into rooms that stretch you financially. Pay to attend the conferences where your heroes speak. Join the masterminds that make your stomach tighten when you swipe the card. Not because the event itself will make you rich, but because it forces you to become someone worthy of that investment. Every time I entered such a room, I did so trembling, unworthy, outmatched, unknown. But in every one of those rooms, my ambition sharpened. Proximity to greatness is uncomfortable, but that discomfort is the cost of admission to power. In those gatherings, you start to see the difference between ordinary men and builders of empires. The average attendee takes notes. The future millionaire observes behavior, language, positioning. Who commands attention? Who speaks little but with precision? Who controls the crowd without raising their voice? These are the subtle mechanics of power. Machiavelli advised that a ruler should always observe the habits of great men and imitate what works, even the ruthless parts. You study not just what they say, but what they don't say. You learn to read silence as strategy. Before each event I attended, I made a rule. I must have something of value to discuss. I gave myself 3 months to create something worth mentioning. A new offer, a product, a milestone. Because the powerful respect movement, not potential. When I finally stood before those I admired, I wasn't there to take selfies. I was there to signal value. And that shift, from consumer to contributor, is when doors began to open. There's a Machiavellian law at play here. A wise prince must contrive that his citizens have always, and in all circumstances, need of the state, and then in disguise. Every fortune begins as a conversation. Every kingdom begins as a pitch. By now, you've taken risks, invested in yourself, and entered the rooms where power circulates. But standing among the mighty isn't enough. Now you must command. Machiavelli taught that the first method for estimating the intelligence of a ruler is to look at the men he has around him. In our world, this translates to influence. Your ability to persuade others to follow your vision, buy your product, or invest in your idea. The richest men on earth are not just investors or inventors. They are persuaders. They can move minds, redirect capital, and bend entire markets to their will. This is why the next law of ascension is sales, the forgotten language of power. Every day, you must learn to sell yourself, your vision, your value. The timid call it bragging. The wise call it survival. From Machiavelli's Florence to modern Silicon Valley, persuasion is the invisible currency of empires. Jeff Bezos sold investors on a dream of a digital library before he had profit. Steve Jobs sold identity before he sold devices. Even Machiavelli himself, banished from Florence and desperate to return, sold the prince as a guidebook to his former enemies, turning strategy into redemption. That's the power of words wielded like weapons. I remember the first time I understood this truth. I had knowledge, I had effort, but I had no influence. And influence is what translates effort into income. So I immersed myself in the psychology of sales. Not the manipulation. Life will test whether you truly desire it. Most men.
There needs to be this balance.
Well, all these different, so that's genuine diversity, so that's the first thing. If you want genuine diversity, you go for diversity of temperament, right? Not diversity on the basis of ethnicity and that sort of thing. You go for diversity of temperament. And there wouldn't be, from a biological perspective, all these different temperaments wouldn't exist if they didn't have their niches, right? So, because there'd be no place for them. And the thing is, people actually are different, and they're different because differences are required in different circumstances. And it's, well, another reason to do the personality testing, I would say, is, well, first of all, it's enlightening. I had my kids do this personality test that I told you about.
How old are your kids?
They're in their mid-20s now. I had them do it when they were in their teens. And because they, I tested out the things I was developing on them. And I know my kids pretty well, or so I thought. And when they did the personality test, it revealed to me things about them that I had misconstrued. It was really useful. So I thought my daughter was far more disagreeable than she actually was. A lot of the clashes I was having with her, I was having because at that time anyways, she had pretty high levels of negative emotion. And I thought that she was disagreeable. She wasn't. She's very agreeable, but she would get upset quite easily. And so I learned to some degree to comfort her when she was upset rather than argue with her. And that was extraordinarily helpful. And I thought my son was easy to get along with, and he's unbelievably disagreeable, but he's very, very low in negative emotion. So he would never get upset about anything, so he's easy to be around, but trying to get him to do something he doesn't want to do is impossible. He just won't do it. And so and it was quite shocking to me that even though I knew my kids and even though I'm a trained psychologist, I still had elements of their temperament wrong in my conceptualization. So that was extremely useful to figure out. And to really develop an appreciation for the fact that those people who don't think like you, they're actually different than you.
And in many
still
areas
valuable.
better than you.
Well, that's the thing, is that, with those differences come, your temperament is a set of strengths and their attendant weaknesses. right? And you don't get the strengths without the weakness. So the thing about open people is like, well, they're creative, but they're all over the place. And if you're open and high in negative emotion, it's a rough combination, because the openness destabilizes you, right? You don't have a stable identity because you're interested in this, and then you're interested in this, and then you're interested in that, and maybe you can handle that. But if you're also an anxious person and have some difficulty with uncertainty, you basically undo yourself by being creative. It's like, well, how can you stop being anxious if you're never in the same place for more than 1 minute?
Yeah.
And so lots of people who are really creative and high in neuroticism, they just unglue themselves. And so for people like that, I recommend it's like, try to make a damn schedule.
Yeah.
Like, try to hem yourself in a bit, because you'll just burn yourself out with nervous exhaustion otherwise.
Yeah.
So, and it's useful to know all of that.
I think we're trying to balance these paradoxes and ironies, because the paradox there is the person who least wants a diary and a structure probably needs it the most.
Yeah, right. Well, and I have some advice about that
Sure,
too.
please,
Like,
yeah.
okay, so let's say that you're the person that procrastinates and you don't get things done. Maybe you're creative, you have other things going for you. I would say, well, learn to use a schedule. And you think, I don't want to be hemmed in by a damn schedule, and it feels like a prison. And fair enough, man, it is a form of prison. But
It's also a form of order.
well, this is and it's also a precondition for additional successful creative endeavors. So one of the things I recommend for people to do is to use a calendar like Google Calendar, but not to design the day they should have. Use the calendar to design the day that you would want to have, because you can make a calendar your friend if you don't make it a tyrant.
Yeah.
So you don't want to build a tyrant into the system. You want to be intelligent about it, because if you're going to schedule your time, you have to understand that there are things that you need to do, that you should do, because if you don't do them, you're going to fall behind, and that will be counterproductive. It isn't because someone's wagging their finger at you and saying that this is a moral imperative, even though that might be part of it. It's because there are obligations that you have to fulfill, or you fall farther behind and the obligations get bigger.
Yeah.
And that's a bad pathway. So you have to build some of that into the schedule, but a lot of it can be, well, okay, tomorrow, I want to have the sort of day that I would really be pleased at having by the end of the day. And I want to build in a schedule that I would stick to as well. And so you have to have some appreciation for your own weaknesses. You lay out a schedule and you think, well, would someone like me actually do that?
Yeah.
And if the answer is no, then you modify the schedule until you think that you would do it and that you would be pleased if you did do it. And then the schedule can start to become your friend. And I think if you're not a person who's orderly by nature, the schedule has to be your friend, because otherwise you won't use it.
So it's funny you say that. My most recent book that I launched is called Routine Equals Results. And it's a very short, concise book. I designed it to be, because you don't want war and peace on how to manage your diary and your life. And it's pretty much, Harry's you've just upgraded these cameras, haven't you? Well, if he was, picking fag butts off the floor and going down KFC and licking people's fingers for food, he wouldn't be able to...
Right. No kidding. Well, the other thing, too, is we could get the ethics about this right. It's like, well, is there something wrong with generating money? It's like, well, it depends on what you're going to do with the money. Like if you're going to spend it all on hookers and cocaine, then probably that's reprehensible. But if you're going to...
Well, it still employs the hookers.
Well,
it's still a commercial.
That's right. The hookers might not think it's reprehensible. I suppose neither do the cocaine growers. But you can argue that there are better and worse things that you could do with your money. If you're guilty about making money, then maybe you should think harder about what the hell you're going to do with the money, because there's some good things you can do with the money.
And why you feel guilty about making money in the first place, and where that comes from.
Yeah. And what's productive about? You say, well, I don't want to be greedy. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Don't be greedy.
Yeah.
Good rule. But you have a family, you could support them, you could invest the money in the community. There's all sorts of positive things that you could do with your money if you were very, very thoughtful about how you decided to spend it.
People don't get this, sorry to jump in, people don't get that Mother Teresa was basically a money launderer. They just don't get this. A lot of her money came from Robert Maxwell, and a lot of people that would be reprehensibly evil to most of society. But she would take money, she didn't mind where it came from, and then she would do her work with said money. So,
instead of being guilty about making money, you could think hard about what it
I'll
is
take
that you
the
want
money.
to do with it.
Yeah.
And do something useful with it and productive. Yeah, that's and I would say that's also your response. If you happen to be one of those people to whom money is disproportionately flowing, right? Because you've started to become successful and you've hit that acceleration point where you're getting more because you already have, then the ethical requirement isn't to be guilty about that, but to think, okay, how can I use this money which I have been bequeathed in the most responsible manner possible? And that's a perfectly reasonable thing to think. And you can do that with some error.
Yeah.
So,
Of course. So we've got to start wrapping this up. We've got to sort of wrap it up now. All right then. Yeah, sure.
okay. Yep. You need a meaning to sustain you through life. And most of that meaning is actually to be found. And this goes back to the idea of conscientiousness that we were talking about earlier, is it's in the adoption of responsibility that most people find the fundamental meanings in their life. That's really worth knowing, because you might ask, well, why should I be responsible? The answer is, well, you need to do something meaningful, because otherwise life suffering will make you bitter. And bitter is only where you start. It's not where you end. So people might be interested in the book. I told you about understandmyself.com, where you can get your personality assessed quite rapidly. That should be useful. I also have this other program that your listeners might be interested in at selfauthoring.com. And that is 3 programs. One helps you write about your past life so that you can figure out how you got to where you are and where you are. One helps you do an assessment of your virtues and faults so that you can
Relationship with money as a consumer means losing it all or having to work non-stop in order to fund that lifestyle. That is the real rat race. But with all of that being said, let's talk about making money.
Now, the stuff we teach here, and have for almost 30 years, is proven.
What's up, you guys? It's Graham here. So we got to take a moment and talk about what's going on in the stock market, because as we're finishing up the week, stocks are...
Personal finance channels like Graham Stephan or Dave Ramsey are great for learning how to work on your consumption side of the equation. But if there was one thing I wish they spoke more about, it would be their ability to make money. And I understand why they don't do this. It's easier to reduce your expenses and the amount that you consume than it is to increase your income. When speaking to a mass audience, giving the advice that will work for most people is typically the best choice. We see that there are entire communities built up around focusing on frugality. The FIRE community is one example of this, a movement that adopts the strategy of living extremely frugally, saving and investing as early as possible with the intentions of retiring as early as possible. Minimalists also share a similar view to the FIRE community, although more deep-rooted in philosophical positions about the world and materialism at large. People like Graham Stephan or Dave Ramsey promote strategies that fall in the spectrum of living frugally, saving a lot of money, and investing in the long run. And there's nothing inherently wrong with this strategy. It works for a wider range of people with varying degrees of income. But let's be honest, Graham Stephan doesn't rely on cutting coupons or living an incredibly frugal lifestyle to be making $100,000 to $200,000 a month from YouTube. Nor does Dave Ramsey rely on these strategies to have an estimated net worth of $55 million. These people are utilizing a means of production at mass scale. In my video, The Untold Truth About Money, I talked about money being equivalent to your perceived value in the market, and the most impactful way of increasing your value is finding a problem in the market, creating a solution for that problem, and selling that solution to the market at scale. This is the entrepreneurial route. A successful business at scale is able to produce a large amount of value to a society such that your production side of the equation grows exponentially in comparison to a standard job. But this isn't a route that everyone can take, nor should they try to. It's about reflecting on your own capabilities and whether entrepreneurship is best suited to your direction. With that being said, increasing your production doesn't have to just come from the strict definition of a business. Graham Stephan uses YouTube as a vehicle to produce something, in this case videos about personal finance, at mass scale. It's one reason that I chose to create videos on YouTube as well. It's a vehicle to produce something, in this case documentary style videos, at a mass scale, to a point where I can now do it full time and build a business around it. Producing is about providing relative value to the market in some shape or form. I utilized my skills with acting, presenting, storytelling, and video editing to create videos that I hope to be somewhat entertaining and educational, and thankfully the market responded positively. Your form of production may be developing an app or software that is solving a problem you believe the market would pay money for its solution, or perhaps a fitness brand that is branded extremely well and utilizes its community better than most other fitness brands, as I believe is the case with Ben Francis and what he did with Gymshark. For most people, labor in the form of a standard 9-to-5 job will be their means of production. But this doesn't mean that your ability to produce stops there. Understanding yourself as a producer is about understanding ways in which you can produce value to the market. If you can produce value at a large scale, then it means earning money at a large scale. The internet has thankfully provided a great deal of opportunity for us to be able to produce something and put it out to the market. Whether the market actually wants what you have produced can only be determined once you've released whatever it is that you've produced. So, to summarize, it's first important to bring awareness to yourself as a consumer, understanding what you purchase and why you purchase by journaling your consumption and then giving yourself a budget to manage and control that consumption. Producing then becomes a matter of maximizing the amount of value you can bring into society through a job, a business, or some other means of production. This is a framework that has helped me greatly, as I'm sure it's helped countless others who have a vested interest in making money.
This could add up to something big. Like, this isn't just sushi we're talking about anymore. Like, this is substantial. Yeah, and then to go from that to like this.
Focusing, is that $170,454?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Hello my friends. Before you click off the video just yet, I want to say one thing. Thank you so much for watching to the end of this video. You watching to this point is hopefully proof that I've provided some kind of value to you in some way or another, so be sure to hit the like button. And if you want to see more videos around the topics of business, money, finance in general, then be sure to hit the subscribe button. I've also got a Patreon where I post behind
You making yourself your priority.
optimizations instead of big overhauls, and within months, everything clicked. My revenue didn't rise suddenly. It accumulated silently, then surged. The same patterns I once thought were failures revealed themselves as the early signals of exponential growth. Time isn't the enemy, impatience is. The modern philosopher Naval Ravikant said, "Be impatient with action, patient with results." That's not productivity advice, that's mental warfare. It means attacking the day with intensity, but surrendering your obsession with speed. It's the discipline of detachment. In neuroscience, this mindset is called temporal recalibration, the ability to align your emotional timeline with long-term payoff. Most people's dopamine systems are wired for immediacy. They need fast feedback, fast validation. But those who rewire their brains to derive satisfaction from the process, the daily grind, become unstoppable because their motivation is no longer fragile. When you operate like that, your timeline stretches further than your competitors' patience. You can outlast them without outworking them. That's how dynasties form, not from brilliance, but from endurance. Look at how cathedrals were built in Florence. The architects who laid the first stones knew they would never see the dome completed, yet they built anyway, because legacy compounds beyond the builder. That's wealth in its purest form, creating something that pays you back after you're gone. Patience is rare because it feels like surrender, but it's actually sequence. Skill gives you the sword. Ownership gives you the castle. Time gives you the dynasty. Proximity gives you the army. Play this game long enough, and wealth stops being a dream. It becomes your inheritance. But there's something deep.
Interesting. Just a little bit. Yeah. But to me, it's whatever the moment or the situation demands. And I'm a bottom lines oriented kind of person. I have an assistant. I have people who work for me. I have people who work with me. They'll tell you I'm very bottom line kind of guy. If you tell me that the job is going to get done, and the job is going to get done in an excellent fashion, and it requires 90% effort, I'll let you go with that. I'll let you get away with that. I'm not going to sweat it. But if this requires 100%, and you give me 99, I might want to fire you. Because I'm about getting the job done.
Sure.
It's about the results. And I think that, unfortunately, when we look at our generation today, not enough people preach about that.
Why do you think that is?
Because I think that we live in a society where people have become masters at pointing the finger at other people about reasons why things don't get done. I think there's too much explanation that goes on.
What you taught me to do is to engineer risk into my life.
Correct.
So now every time I'm faced with a decision, or sometimes even when I'm not faced with a decision, I just think, how can I engineer more risk in this situation? Whereas before, I would try my hardest to engineer less risk in the situation, which meant growth was slow. And I played it safe, and at the end of the day, it didn't matter anyways. What, so a couple people thought I failed?
Yeah, so you played, instead of playing to win, you played not to lose. And one of the, not new concept, we talked about it when you were there a few years ago. When you start a business from zero, your first 50,000 in revenue is geometric. Your next 500,000.
Explain that to people. So when you start a business, any business, those first 50,000 in revenue is geometric.
Because it comes from zero, nothing.
Right, goes from 0 to 50, you're just obviously
okay, and then 50, from 0 to 500 is geometric. Okay, Microsoft started that way, Facebook started that way, Google. But then what people start doing is they start playing, instead of to win, they play not to lose, and they start not doing the same things that got them the first geometric growth. But the other more important thing, in my judgment, and it's really proven really beneficial to the kids in the last
I am from the BHI game. That welcome payment.
Revenue, because we buy revenue. It's easier to buy revenue than create it. That revenue that has $1 million now, we don't know how much he spent or they spent to create that million. So when banks see that, you're de-risking the commercial debt. You're de-risking because you're having cash flow, free cash flow that covers debt service, based on somebody else. It may have taken them 25 years to get $1 million in revenue. And you're buying it in a week, a month.
It's always great to let the other person talk. Let them talk. Let them just keep talking. Throw out a word that gets him a little bit and he'll talk more. And as he's talking, you can kind of figure out his mentality, his personality, what you can get at him, what you can't get out of him. And it helped me a lot in negotiating deals later on. And you know, sometimes you may be the smartest person in the room and you don't want anybody to know that. You just want to keep quiet like you don't know anything and let them think they're smarter than you. And there's other times when you're not the smartest person in the room, but you want people to think you are. So you have to learn how to have that skill.
I learned when I sat back and reflected on the mistakes that I had made in my career at the time. I learned that no boss wants to talk to anybody that doesn't have solutions. But there's a flip side.
That is very true.
There's a flip side.
Yeah.
I've never met a boss that doesn't want to talk to someone with solutions. See the difference? Now, if you don't want to talk to somebody with problems, and you don't want to talk to somebody with solutions, then to me, you're the problem. Because you're not trying to solve. You want to go with status quo, you're perfectly
You have tricked me,
fine,
Gigi.
you know, fine with flowing along, just
Safe,
to get along,
secure.
safe, secure, whatever. But when you're trying to win, you're constantly looking to get better.
Gigi.
Probably 6. You pay the bill. We don't give them an allowance. I don't think any kid should be given an allowance.
Interesting. Why not?
If they want money, they become an employee of the company. They work for the company. We give them a series of things to do. We pay them once a year. Okay, we give them a big check at the beginning of the year. That money goes into Cardone Capital.
Wow.
And they live off the distributions.
Come on.
Sometimes they'll get a bonus for doing extra stuff.
But they don't get the money.
They never get the money.
It's invested, and they get
that
the
money is
distribution.
invested, they get the distributions. They will create wealth over the next 10 years. But it'll be their own wealth. It's not something I gave them.
Well, if you could only teach your kids 3 lessons about money, what would those lessons be?
People. Number one, meet people. No one's a stranger. The money's a people game. 2, once you get it, don't lose it. And number 3, invest in things where you can never lose your capital. Now, the person watching this, she's a waitress and she's got 2 kids at home. She's like, I'm never gonna make $800. It's because you already gave up on the idea. Like you never said that's the target, and you keep thinking you got to wait tables, and you quit already.
How many people are in debt in America?
40% of people that make $1 million a year still are living paycheck to paycheck.
40%?
40%. But that's not because of inflation. That's because they spent money they shouldn't have spent. They thought they were entitled to because they're millionaires.
They live above their means.
They live above their investments, not their means.
How can we shift the relationship to money that we have so we can have a better experience emotionally and spiritually about money?
Anything you're hiding, you're going to have problems with. The secret keeps you sick. First thing I look at every day is my money. I have a great relationship with my money.
I'm not just going to think about it. I'm going to be somebody today. I'm going to grow into who I should be.
What I've done already is impossible.
From where you came from and all these
From
things.
where I came from, I should be dead. I should have been dead at 25 years old. Or in jail. Messed up forever. You know, instead I became this guy. And I mean, I'm grateful. And I don't know that I had any breaks. I know when people say, oh, you had luck, I'm like,
you grinded, right?
I've been grinding. And I'm proud of the grind. But I wanted to turn into something more than money. I'm going to feel good about a lot of places I go to and a lot of people I meet. Because I made more contributions than I didn't. I gave more than I took.
Then I basically created my own style and my own, I actually almost threw away what I had learned and created this new thing called information assisted selling.
Information assisted selling.
Where I started leading with what people wanted rather than this guy kind of hid. It was the old school, hide it. Don't avoid the price, bring it up later. And that's where I really started accelerating everything, giving people the information up front, allowing you to understand how much this watch or ring was or car was. Before you even asked about it, I'd tell you it's $58,000.
Right away. So you wouldn't wait till the very end. You'd say,
yeah,
here's
so
everything.
look, if you're shopping for a car or a watch or a ring or a coaching program, whatever it is, you probably want to know how much it is. I know I would. This particular product's $58,000. It would require about $2,500 down. Your payments would be about $550 a month. Let's be sure you're on the right product. See, I got the value proposition, the money. I got you thinking about money right now. I want you thinking about money. so that when I show the product, you can start making sense of it. Because I can't convince you that it's worth it. You have to convince you.
They gave me a little pill and said, you need to take this little pill every day. I said, dude, I came here to get off pills, okay? And before I left, the counselor grabbed me and said, hey, if you don't give up your ideas of getting rich, because in 28 days, you share your whole life. All your dreams, your goals, everything. They're trying to get to what happened. Give up all your ideas of writing books. Give up your ideas of helping people all over the world. Just help the alcoholic and the drug addict, and that'll be enough. Give up any ideas of being rich and famous, being free and financially wealthy. Give it up, okay? Because if you need to be satisfied with one thing, not using drugs every day. So I went home with my little pill, sat down that night, looked at that little pill on the little table that I had, and remembered what that dude was telling me. Give up all these ideas. Looked at that pill. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna show this guy that I'm not powerless, I'm not unmanageable, I can control my life, I'm gonna get rich. And so if I could just stay busy, okay, if I could just have a place to work every day and something to do and somebody to call and somebody to be in front of, that was my big fear. My big fear was that little white pill. Threw those in the trash that night. Never would use another one again. And I just made a decision that day not to quit, not to be powerless, not to be unmanageable, but to be somebody. And I've been doing that since I was 25. Every day waking up, today I'm gonna be somebody. I'm not just gonna think about it, I'm gonna be somebody today. I'm gonna grow into who I should be.
No fucking way. GG.
When blinds him to the small cracks that eventually become avalanches. Tony had forgotten the most important truth of power. No one stays feared forever. Fear must be maintained with control, not rage. And once people stop fearing you, they start planning your end. Every empire, whether built in blood or business, faces this moment. The founder who refuses to delegate, the investor who stops listening, the ruler who confuses being obeyed with being respected. Power demands distance, but ego hates distance. So the ruler clings tighter until everything breaks. Machiavelli would have seen Tony's decline not as tragedy, but as predictability. He would have said he mistook impulse for strategy. Because real rulers, the Sosas, the Rockefellers, the modern billionaires, understand one thing Tony never did. Power is not about feeling strong. It's about staying cold. Look at the contrast again. While Tony snorted his empire into paranoia, Sosa expanded his in silence. He didn't need to roar. He didn't need validation. He delegated, diversified, disappeared. When the chaos hit, his network absorbed the shock. That's what structure does. It protects the man from himself. Tony, meanwhile, became his own enemy. His meetings turned into rants. His allies became suspects. He ruled not through strategy, but through emotion. And emotion is the most expensive currency in power. It costs everything and returns nothing. That's why Machiavelli said a prince must appear human, but remain steel inside. Tony reversed it. He looked steel, but was chaos underneath. When a ruler loses command of his own nerves, his enemies no longer need armies. They just need to wait. In our world, the same collapse happens daily. In boardrooms, marriages, and markets. Men build kingdoms on intensity, but they crumble because of indulgence. The richest lose discipline, the talented lose hunger, the focused lose self-control. Wealth, success, even genius, all of it becomes noise when the mind turns soft. Tony's story is a reminder that power punishes those who fall in love with it. Machiavelli wrote, "Fortune abandons the man who trusts her too much." That was Tony's fatal mistake. He thought wealth was loyal. He thought success meant safety. But fortune, like a lover, leaves the moment you stop leading her. The man who once ruled Miami became a prisoner of his own walls. Paranoid, bloated, unstable. His empire, once feared, now mirrored his weakness. And as Machiavelli warned, a weak prince invites the wolves. The wolves were already at the door. By the time Tony Montana locked himself in that golden fortress, his fall was already written. The bullets were only the final punctuation. Machiavelli would have said it long before the chaos. He who builds without measure builds for ruin. Tony's story wasn't a tragedy of betrayal. It was the inevitable punishment for disobeying the laws that govern power. He rose through virtue but fell to indulgence. He conquered fortune, then tried to own her. And no man, no matter how rich, can ever own fortune. In Machiavelli's world, fortune is not luck. It's chaos, unpredictable, seductive, feminine in nature. Fortune is a woman, he wrote, and she favors the bold, but abandons the weak. Tony's problem was not that he wasn't bold. It's that he became weak. He mistook aggression for strength and emotion for control. When the world stopped obeying his voice, he shouted louder, believing power was volume. But power has nothing to do with noise. True rulers, Machiavelli said, must know how to act as the fox and the lion. For the lion cannot protect himself from traps, and the fox cannot defend himself from wolves. Tony was all lion, no fox. Meanwhile, Sosa was the opposite. Calm, cold, calculated. When Tony insulted him, Sosa didn't rage or threaten. He simply waited. Patience is a weapon. Systems are swords. The man who built quietly in the shadows didn't need revenge. The structure itself would deliver it. That's the Machiavellian principle of design. Build an empire that doesn't depend on emotion, loyalty, or presence. Only efficiency. Sosa ruled by design. Tony ruled by chaos. And chaos never rules for long. The same truth applies to modern dynasties. The families whose names you don't hear are the ones who never fall. The Waltons, the Rothschilds, the sovereign funds of the Gulf, they build wealth like Sosa. Quiet, consistent, decentralized. They don't scream on social media or flex on the internet. They control assets that outlive their lifetimes. Every powerful system, from Renaissance Florence to Silicon Valley, follows Machiavelli's silent law. The wise man builds his fortress not of stone, but of strategy. Tony built his fortress from cocaine and paranoia, stone without structure, gold without governance. And when the pressure came, it shattered. His mistake wasn't greed. It was ignorance of scale. He thought more meant stronger, but as every true ruler learns, expansion without discipline is rot disguised as growth. Machiavelli warned princes to know when to stop, when to retreat, when to conserve, when to survive. He who cannot adapt to the times will perish by them. Tony couldn't adapt. He couldn't walk away. He crossed lines not because he had to, but because he didn't know how to live without crossing them. Every victory felt empty, so he created new wars to fill the silence. That's how empires implode. Not from external attacks, but from internal exhaustion. And yet, behind Tony's ruin lies a lesson that Machiavelli would consider sacred. The world rewards hunger, but it only preserves discipline. Anyone can get rich through chaos once. Few can stay rich through control forever. The rich who last understand that money is not a goal, but a system of power, one that must be defended by restraint, secrecy, and design. Sosa survived, not because he was better, but because he obeyed the hierarchy of power. He controlled his supply chains, his alliances, his image. He understood that wealth unprotected is a feast for wolves. And so he remained untouched, unmentioned, unbroken. Tony's mansion burned, Sosa's empire grew. That's the difference between the ambitious and the strategic, between virtue and mastery. Machiavelli's final warning echoes through every age. Fortune gives herself to those who prepare to command her. Tony Montana tried to possess her. He forgot that power is not a crown, it's a contract, one that renews only through control. Today's world is no different. The loud rise and fall fast. The quiet build systems that outlast nations. The self-made man without structure eventually becomes a victim of his own creation. The ruler who seeks freedom without discipline will end up serving his own desires. The prince who tries to rule without law will be ruled by his impulses. Tony Montana showed us how to get rich through hunger, courage, and relentless movement. Machiavelli shows us how to stay rich through silence, patience, and control. One built his fortune by force, the other would have built it by design. The lesson is eternal. Fortune smiles on those who move, but she stays with those who master themselves. Scarface is the mirror of every man who wins the world but loses command of his own nature. And in Machiavelli's eyes, that is the most unforgivable mistake, not losing to enemies, but losing to weakness. So, when you look at the story of Tony Montana, don't just see violence or luxury, see the warning. The moment you stop ruling your mind, your fortune begins to rule you. The noise of wealth fades, the crowd disappears, and only one question remains. Are you building like Tony, or are you building like Sosa? Because one burns for glory, and the other builds for eternity.
Hello, today he wants
luxury. And I remember the last thing she said, you know what the problem is with all these students? As soon as they did anything, from when they were really little, their parents clapped. And the point she wanted to make to me, that she said to me as we were leaving out the hallway of the restaurant the last time I saw her was, don't clap. You have to push them. You have to drive them. I remember the first time when North climbed all the way to the top of the stairs. And I'm trying to say that Kim would have grabbed her by third stair. But she felt like she had to impress me and be more dynamic or hit the highest point that she had ever, hit in her life. And Louise was really hard and, difficult with the students, but I felt like when you like Celine, when you like McQueen, all these things that have inspired us, I'm just talking directly about fashion, it's because there were people that pushed that hard. And, not to defend myself, but just to take this opportunity, because I have the mic, it's not someone else's mic, it's my mic, I can talk right now. I feel a responsibility to push in the world. I feel a responsibility in my position to be like, this is some bullshit. Am I the only one here that's not crazy? Am I the only one here that's not afraid of losing their Samsung deal right now?
Become a career for me because I love it. I love what I do. So I don't think it's unhealthy.
Final one for you. I want to know what you want to achieve. Is it the fame? Is it to be champion? Is it the money? What do you want from this career?
I don't care nothing about fame. Yeah, I don't care about fame. The gold belt is what I want. The 2 gold belts. I was a 2-weight world champion in the previous organization. Now I'm on the big stage at the UFC. I want that featherweight belt and I want that lightweight belt. That's my goal. The money is going to come with that. Don't get me wrong. It's prize fighting. I'm after the money as well. But the belt, the money comes with the belt. And the belt is what I'm focused on. I don't care about fame. Tony, I'm not supposed to be here. Where I come from, it's on my whiskey proper number 12. I come from a place, Dublin 12. It is a hard-working town, a small little suburb. It has its good and it has plenty of bad, but I always like to focus on the good because the good shines through. But where I come from, we're not supposed to climb to these heights. We're told that. It's instilled in us. And I wanted to break that mold and pave the way, open up paths. I knew I could do something better. I knew I had something in me. I just wasn't sure even what it was. Obviously I was training for the fight game, but no one in Ireland had made it in the fight game. The fight game, an Irish man in the UFC was literally, and I mean literally, laughed at. We were let it continue. What got me to where I am and where I continue to go and where I will continue to go is an insane work ethic.
Yes.
And it's an insane work ethic that you can only put in that amount of work if you were doing something that you are passionate about. And that's what I have engaged my entire life's work in, things that I am passionate about. You cannot fully commit to something if you are not passionate about it. So you must look at your surroundings, at the things you are involved in, and ask yourself, are you truly passionate about these things? Do you truly want to put every ounce of your being into these things? And I am blessed, truly blessed by something. I am not sure what it is, but I am blessed that I was able to find my passions, my passion, the fight game, the whiskey game, the fashion game, the fitness game.
Yes.
These are my true passions, and I'm going down these avenues that these avenues that the fight game has.
Nervous, get worried, and get rich now, before the schism is so large in the universe that the wormhole closes and brokies cannot escape perpetual and never-ending slavery for their entire dynasty of their bloodline. You have shit to do. What do you mean festival? You have things to do. You have to escape slavery. I want to go movies with my girlfriend. You wasted your fucking time. Next time your girlfriend says, let's go movies, are you going to sit and think, wait, I went movies with a bitch in 2015, and now I'm not rich. Now this new bitch trying to make me go to a movie again, I'm still not rich, need money instead, and say, no, I'm locked in, I'm getting rich. Stand by me and enjoy the fruits of my labor, or be gone. Maybe all the poor people who go, I don't want to be poor, I've tried hard, are lying. And if you get to know these people, they're not even nice people, because good people who work hard seem to always win. By logical extension, anyone who has not won is not a good person who works hard. Somewhere along the line, there's something wrong with you. Now it is Darwinism. Those who do not benefit do not deserve to benefit.
When I hear people say, oh, it's hard, or I don't have time, etc., all you're doing is telling me you're a loser.
I am hundreds of feet underground. This entire salt mine was dug out by hand. Men with pickaxes, grit, and determination. Men who had to feed their families. Men who were dedicated enough to suffer so that the people they loved did not have to suffer. They were down here in the pitch black. Turns out the economic prospects have never been too great, have they? They've never been bright. There's no reason for you to complain now that the bankers or the economic situation has made it too difficult for you to get rich. Because since men were men, it's always been difficult to get rich. You had to risk your entire life, your physical safety, to make enough money to afford food to eat. And now you stand a chance to get monumentally wealthy by typing on a keyboard, and you're complaining that somehow it is difficult. It's always been difficult, it's always been hard, and hard men win. You should show some respect to the men who did amazing things. Whether they died in a ditch, in some forgotten war, or dug out this entire salt mine by hand to feed their families. And the easiest way to show them some respect is to dedicate yourself.
If you lose, you deserve to lose because you didn't take action. If you take action, you will win. You have no excuse to not make money. All you have to do is try. I'm tired of yelling at you people. There's only so much you can do to inspire a sheep to become a wolf.
I'm thinking about two men right here in Chicago who were fairly successful. They worked for a corporation for many years, and they were among many people that were laid off. One went out looking for a job for several weeks, along with the other one, and they faced disappointment. They couldn't find any work, which is the story of many people across this country. One guy stopped. He stayed home looking at television, became very argumentative and toxic with his wife, getting on the phone, talking to his other negative, unemployed friends, and he just gave up. The other guy kept looking for a job everywhere he could go, kept asking people. He kept going, he kept going. He went to a place and said, look here, I tell you what, if you can't hire me, I don't want to sit home and do nothing. Just let me do some volunteer work. You don't have to give me anything. I just want to work. I want to be busy. This guy came in and worked. He was the first one there, was the best employee there. About 4 weeks later, one of the top managers quit. Guess who they selected? This other guy. He got the job. What was the difference between the two men? One guy said, it's not possible, it's over, I'm finished. He surrendered. But this other guy, he felt that in spite of the no's and rejections, in spite of how bad the economy is, that it's possible. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That's what we have to do with our dreams. Because things happen to you in life. And many times when those things happen, you want to give up. Just keep moving. Don't start feeling sorry for yourself. Don't spend time blaming and talking about what happened to you. See, whatever you talk about.
3, 2, 1.
Never got in a fight on the school grounds. I can't believe that. And you wonder why you are the way you are. Now, I'm not saying that being a high-performance person is beating the out of everybody, but it doesn't hurt. You're afraid. You're afraid making a mistake. You're afraid of what everybody's going to think. You're afraid of looking stupid. And it's not what happens to us in life. It's how we react to what happens to us in life. That's the difference. But it's the action we take in spite of that fear that differentiates us. I got a D in public speaking in high school. I got an F in public speaking in university. F. But then I made over 200 speeches, You can't hurt my feelings. Because growing up in the hood, my dad told me, he says, it's not what they say to you, Dan, it's how you interpret the words. And that's why I call you snowflakes.
What's a snowflake?
A snowflake is a kid, a guy or gal, mostly guys that melt under pressure. In 1986, the average man's handshake pressure was 118 pounds, 30-year-old man. 2016, 96 pounds. Testosterone levels in sperm counts tested 50 years ago, and today they're producing 60 to 70% the amount of testosterone levels in sperm counts as they did. We're dying out.
Why?
My snowflake test. We have 95.4% of everybody, many thousands and tens of thousands that have taken the test are cowards. First question on the test, paraphrasing it, what would you do if somebody spit in your wife's face? And the answers range from, well, I try to ascertain what kind of day he was having. And if he had a bad day, I try to be understanding. Are you me? I'd be in prison for murder. I would beat the guy to death.
Is that what we need today? Everybody?
No, I'm not saying that's me, though. I'm a product of my father, the greatest generation, World War II vets, greatest generation, who saved the world. And now we have you, your generation. What happened? We've gone from the greatest generation to the worst generation. What the has your generation done? How have you saved the world? How have you enhanced anything? Why? Because kids are not programmed for success. Because your parents weren't successful. Kids don't do what parents tell them to do. They do what they see their parents do. I still work 60, 70 hours a week, and I don't even consider it working, and I haven't had to work in 35 years. There are times for wisdom, there are times for love, but there are times for strength, which supersedes all. It's easier to build strong children than repair broken men. Most of you have not attained material wealth because you've stayed in your comfort zone. Every family has an aunt, an uncle, a grandfather that went out and lost a family fortune, right? Uncle Harry, crazy Harry, he lost 20,000, 50,000, a million, whatever the number is. Well, that resonates in you, in your little pea brain. And then you hear another one. Your roommate in college, he's got an Uncle Harry. So pretty soon, the only input that you have is people losing their family fortune. That affects you. You then live within your comfort zone. You don't take risks. A turtle can only move forward when it sticks its head and its feet out. And when it sticks its head and its feet out, it's most vulnerable, right? Biggest risk. Most of you have lived a bubble-wrap life. Most of you have been risk-averse. People in general, they think that reading a book is taking action. They think listening to a podcast is taking action. They think a video or whatever it is taking action. No! That's procrastination. So you don't have to make a decision. So you don't have to pull the trigger. I mean, there's a big, huge difference. Take action. Just do it.
Hour each day to school, and it was raining, and I was walking with three of my friends in a Ferrari. It was an F430, I think. Pulled up at the
that was my first Ferrari. That was
pulled up at the lights, made a bunch of noise, and I was standing there and I watched it, and then the light went green and it tore off. I said to my friends, I was like, bro, how do we get Ferraris? And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, my mom is on a council estate, single mother. She raises 3 kids on 300 pounds a month. We can barely afford food. He has 200 grand for a car, liquid for a car. Something is broken. None of the teachers at school have Ferraris. None of our university professors have Ferraris. No one else I know has a Ferrari. What do we have to do to break the matrix and find the money? This is all a lie. I want a Ferrari. And my friends were like, don't know. That's why I have Ferraris.
Friends.
Well, no, that's why I have Ferraris and they don't. That's why I now have 33 Ferraris. Because I was envious. I was envious of this man. Most people don't care.
But you turned envy into learning how to figure it out.
Well, I turned envy into anger, and anger is power. But what we have people doing now, because they don't believe in themselves, because the matrix has dampened their soul when they feel envious, because they want to level the playing field, which is all envy is. Instead of trying to elevate themselves, they try and drag others down. So when people look at my life and they're envious of me, what they should say is, he's truly from the most humble possible socioeconomic beginnings. He is a person of color from a council estate, a single mother household. He is the bracket of criminal. Human trafficker. He's at the bottom, and he made it up to the highest echelons. He's on the phone with Elon Musk and is a billionaire. If he can do it, I can do it. But they don't believe in themselves. People have this idea that if they got rich, they buy all this stuff. But truthfully, what do you need? You need a phone and a laptop. You need a place to live. That's life. And then you have some clothes, you have some watches, and you have some cars, and that's it. There's literally nothing else to buy, so I just buy them all because I'm doing okay. That's it. That's why. And 7 cars is actually a very responsible, sensible number of cars to have.
Yeah.
You're a very responsible. You make a couple hundred or a couple thousand, not too much, but you continue to make fancy coffees. People continue to go to your Instagram page. You're now selling the secrets of how to make coffee. Then, after people start knowing you as being a barista, you start to make these $9. You have $20,000, $30,000 in the bank. What you can do is launch your own coffee brand. You can go to Alibaba.com. You can find some coffee beans. You can put your face on it because your face is now a recognized brand. You can get your own coffee beans. You can begin to sell them on Instagram. Before you know it, you're making $10,000 or $15,000 a month. You can start to do tours. You can start to put posters on your Instagram or in your Instagram stories saying, I'm going to do master classes on how to make coffee, 20 people only, $1,000 each at this premium barista specialty coffee shop in London. The coffee shop will allow you to do it for free because they want people to know, get the advertising from you and your brand. You'll charge $1,000 each. That's 20 grand for a day. They teach people how to pour milk in a cup. Boom. You've got a coffee brand, you've got an online school, you're doing seminars, you were a nobody, you worked in Starbucks, you were a loser, you put in a little bit of effort, now you drive a Ferrari. Done. By extension, anyone who does not drive a Ferrari is a lazy idiot. It is that easy to get rich in the world today if you actually try. Nobody tries. Instead, he'll go to work every day, make the coffees, go home, off. Some people are so lazy that they will work every day instead of get rich. And they think because they're working every day that they're not lazy. I'll argue you're exceptionally lazy because you're so lazy that instead of trying and thinking outside of the box, you now have to enslave yourself for eternity. That's how lazy you are. Nothing lazier than a man with a 9-to-5, because he ain't trying. The hole in the ceiling is closed. This won't work forever, but it will work. Everything I just told you about that could work for an electrician. Do the same thing. Teach people how to wire a plug. Who gives it? You'll make some money if you try. My online school teaches 18 modern wealth creation methods. Everything I just told you there is not actually inside the school. We have 18 other modern wealth creation methods. When you join, there's a quiz and it says, do you have money to invest? Most people say no. Do you have time? You either have money or time. You have one of the two. We'll turn your time into money or we'll turn your money into money. And you can join. $49 a month will teach you absolutely everything. We have hundreds of thousands of students, but there's hundreds of thousands of people who don't join and they're just destined to lose. So you ask, how can people make money? Well, let's go deeper down the rabbit hole. Let's imagine every barista who watches this now tries my idea. The winner is going to be one, the person who makes the most beautiful coffee, the person who makes the most beautiful videos, the person who works the longest, who tries the hardest, who makes the most videos, who makes his $9 Secrets of Coffee book that he sells on Amazon the best book, who gives the most value in his masterclass, who gets the best coffee beans for his coffee brand. And then it comes down to hard work. People say work smart, not hard. Disagree. Work smart and hard, because lots of people are working smart.
If you have 5 people working smart and the one who works hardest, he's going to win. I work smart and hard.
Work hard on the right thing.
Absolutely. So there's no avoiding the hard work. This idea that you can work smart and not hard, I don't buy that. I believe you're going to have to work hard, but you have to work on the right thing and work smart first. If you don't work smart, you're not on the starting line. So working smart puts you on the starting line. Then you got to work hard to win the race.
Because there's a load of broke people working really hard, isn't there?
Absolutely, but they're not working smart. You need both. So then, for all the baristas who have watched this, who've decided to take that idea, which I've given you for free, you're welcome. The one of you that works hardest is going to be the one that makes the money. And then perhaps if you make a bunch of money, you can join the war room and then you can come and speak to one of us in person. And I'll say, how did you get rich? And you say, I watched your interview with Rob Moore and I stopped working in Starbucks and da-da-da-da. So you're welcome, you owe me a car.
It's such a wasted opportunity when people interview Andrew Tate and they don't ask him about the hundreds of millions, maybe not the billions, that he has made. So let me know what you think about this episode in the comments.
Excuse, hey, I need a master page, and you tweak it, you work on it a little bit, but 90% of the work, dude, it's done. Crazy. You don't even have to have a fucking product.
It's never been easier, is it?
It's never been easier. And what I tell people is, and this is where it gets crazy, okay? Like, we're talking about all these things, and you're working your 9 to 5, like you're dealing with your bullshit. You look at your bank account, you're missing money, you owe money to people, like life's not good. We've all been there. We've all been there. What you are in right now is a hamster wheel. You're in a hamster wheel. Most people's issue is their ability to break out of the hamster wheel, thinking that the moment they jump off of the hamster wheel, that they're going to fail, that they're unproductive, that they're moving backwards. But remember, the hamster wheel is an illusion of moving forward. You have to get off of the fucking hamster wheel in order to move. But people don't get that.
So I want to jump off it. How are we going to jump off it? I want people to jump off that hamster wheel.
So first is understanding that everything that we do in life are loops. Most people live on looped behaviors. You wake up at the same time, you do the same thing in the morning, creatures of habit, go to the same job, comfort. But it's the same thing. When I was working my 9 to 5, 2018, it was 2017, 2018 before I quit. It was a comfortable job. Cubicle marketing job.
Dangerous, so it's comfortable.
$4,800 a month. Spending a couple $100 sleeping on my brother's couch. I was chilling, like I had money, I was good. Could afford, could go out, eat, nice restaurant, I was good. But then an opportunity presented itself. I could take the same skill, do it for myself, which was at the time running Facebook ads, and do it for a company on Wall Street. How much do they want to pay me? $9,000. Same skill set, better money, but I had to quit my job. I had to get out of the hamster wheel. And what I realized was like, okay, why is this easy for me to do now? It's because I secured a monkey bar before I let go of the last one.
You get one client.
All you have to do is set yourself up. You have to position yourself in order to slow down the hamster wheel so that you can get off. Most people are like, I'm just gonna quit my job. Yeah. No. Secure a monkey bar before you let go of the last one. If not, you're going to fall on your motherfucking back.
So number one, though, is get your costs down, isn't it? So that's why it's down. Number one, get your costs down. This is so key. Number two, what you're saying there, like have a monkey bar to grab, which I think is get a client, right? Or get a replacement.
We'll call it side money.
Yeah, side money. An income stream. Could be those videos I just mentioned within video. It doesn't matter. Something that's going to give you...
Replaces your current thing.
Unlimited upside.
Yes.
That's why I love side hustle so much. It's become a bit of a... I mean, I've been saying side hustle. I've got a lot of negative comments. Oh, people should be doing a side hustle. There's too much stress, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no. That's how you get off the hamster wheel.
Yes.
Right? Reduce costs, side hustle. What else can people do?
And then the third one, which is I think most people don't realize, is the goal.
Right.
It's like, what is the goal that is going to allow me to no longer do the hamster wheel? What's the goal? How much money? By when? How much money do I need to save? How many clients do I have to get? Like a very simple goal. Okay, side money. Okay, how much?
Financial literacy is also not taught in school, which is absolutely ridiculous. But I think when people understand, if you want to make £1 million, you are never going to make it on an hourly salary.
Never.
It's never going to happen. You'll be 65, you'll own your home, you'll be house rich, life poor. You won't have the skills to make money that you need. I don't understand why people don't all have a goal. In fact, everybody listening now, write your goal down below. What is it? I'll critique it, and you probably won't have time to critique.
I'll probably check it out. Yeah.
We'll check it out, right? Write down your goal. Anything else you want to share?
Yeah, let's continue. So we have reducing costs, because obviously you want to give yourself mental real estate. You want to have room, wiggle room. You want to side money. Okay, from where? How? To who? Doesn't have to be a lot. Dude, flipping sneakers. I know 17-year-old kids making 20, 30,000.
I love that. When I meet
30,000 a month, man.
Yeah. And they love it too. They're meeting celebrities.
And they're crushing it.
Yeah.
And they're crushing it. So they have a goal. They established their goal. Now they're making money. Now they're able to what? Afford the luxury to get out of the hamster wheel. And they're not doing it feeling like it's risky. That's what most people are like, this is risky. Okay, well, create the variable where you'd reduce risk. So limit your expenditures, increase your cash flow with a simple goal. So that's how you get off of the hamster wheel. That's the very simple purpose. Now, I'll conclude with this. Once you get off of the hamster wheel, you need to understand why most people will never get off of the hamster wheel, and why you don't want other people to get off of the hamster wheel in a certain perspective. One is most people are comfortable in their current zone. So once you break out of your current situation, the people that are around you that are still on the hamster wheel, they're going to think you're nuts. They're going to think you're crazy. They're like, why the fuck are you running? Why are you not being productive on the hamster wheel?
Even when you made a lot of money, people are like, why are you working so hard when you made a lot of money? Because I enjoy it. People even...
So the other hamsters begin questioning your shit.
Yeah.
So now you have to have what? Definiteness of purpose. You need to have definiteness of purpose.
Find that down for me, definite of purpose.
So you need to have defined purpose.
Defined, okay.
Defined purpose, and we end with this. Because when people sign up for entrepreneurship, they don't realize that they're signing up for 95% hardship. And unless you have a defined purpose and a definite purpose, whether it's other people telling you in your ear that, hey, you're not going to make it, whether it's the business situations that you're going to go through that are going to suck, if you have no definite purpose, you're not going to have the key to business and the key to making money in life. It's longevity. You win in the long term. That's how you win the game. And unless you have purpose, you can't have longevity because of the things that are going to happen. What's a very practical example of this? Because we see this take place every single day. If I was to take you right now, we went to the river and we went to the captain's deck. And we asked the captain, hey, we want to go to X, Y, and Z port. Okay, we have the goal. Do you know how to get there? Within a sentence and maybe 10 seconds of research, he would tell you exactly where we're going. Can most people tell you within 10 seconds in a paragraph where they're going? No. So you need to establish a goal. And then realize that for 99% of the journey, from port A to port B, you're not going to see the destination. For 99% of the journey, you just have to trail the journey. But you know that you have a definite set purpose and an objective. So you have an objective and you understand that 99% of the way, you're never going to see the output. You're never going to see the end result. You just are going to arrive there. And once you've arrived there, now by definition, you're once again an unsuccessful person, because now you have to find another port of destination. So those people are like, oh, I hit my goal and now I feel empty. Yeah, because you have no purpose. You need a new purpose. And life is about conquering purposes. Finding purpose is about achieving purpose.
So true.
And that's what I leave people with. Find definite purpose, define purpose. That purpose needs to be attributed to something that has longevity, that gives you the ability to run long. And I think we can find a lot of purpose and pleasure in that.
That is so insightful. And I think the thing is as well, that journey of going on that boat to that island, being on the island will never be an interesting story to people on the island. So the journey that got you where is what makes you interesting. And so when I tell people that, enjoy that journey, like that journey is hard. There'll be scary moments at sea, but there'll be the stories you tell later. Yes. Don't you want stories? Don't you want legacy? Like, I want to tell my son the things. I went to Hong Kong when I had no money. I did this, I did that. I don't want to tell him I just grew up in my hometown and died in my hometown. Right? That journey.
Become wealthy, not overnight, but in a short period of time, is to come up with an idea that nobody's come up with. And unfortunately, most ideas have already been explored. You're not going to invent steel. You're not going to invent rubber. You're not going to invent the wheel. You're not going to, none of these things. Right now, there's more money than you'd think being made in green. I'm not a believer that the world's going to end because of global warming, but there's little niches. I would look at government contracts because, unfortunately, the Canadian government, the U.S. government, the British government doesn't have a level of expertise that you have to bid on government contracts. There are 3 million contracts daily being let in the Canadian government. There's 10 million contracts daily in the U.S. government. And so how can I bid, you're asking yourself, when I don't know anything? You go find a joint venture partner. A joint venture partner has no downside taking you on as a joint venture partner, minority partner, if you do all the work and they get the business. And that's how you get your foot in the door. If you're lazy, there's nothing that can help you. Andrew Carnegie said it best. Tom Watson Sr., the founder of IBM, said it best again. Henry Ford, said it again, and I've said it. If you have to motivate employees, they're not worth having. Nobody ever had to motivate me in my life. And one of my big bosses on Wall Street, who's the godfather to our youngest son, and he hates hearing this, when your dad was 26, 27, 28, we would have to have security drag him out of the office because he'd sleep at his desk for 7 or 8 days. His secretary used to go out and buy him new shirts and underwear, and he'd sponge bath in the men's room. Our kids don't like hearing that story, but it happens to be true. Nobody ever had to motivate me. I've never, ever been corrected for making a mistake in my 51 years in business. Never once. I'm always the most prepared in the room. I came from nothing, but I had self-esteem. You don't have to have money to make money. What you have to have is belief in yourself. Be the best at what you love to do. Be all you can be.
Everybody wants to be successful. Everybody wants to
commute to Seattle. So they come in on Sunday night, they check out Friday afternoon. Point is, everybody can do something, but you got to figure out what you can do. So that's why lesson number 1 in Rich Dad Poor Dad is the rich don't work for money. What we do instead is we create businesses as entrepreneurs. We acquire real estate. The reason is because as entrepreneurs, I have more control over my income, how much I make, and how much I pay in taxes. And because I'm an entrepreneur as well as an investor in real estate, I pay 0 tax. So every time I make, let's say, $1 million as an entrepreneur, I immediately invest it in real estate. I have a 4-to-1 step up. So I put $1 million in real estate, I get $4 million from the bank. That's why I love banks. But the banks are screwing everybody else, terrible. Because when you print, savers get creamed and people who work for money get creamed. When they print, debtors get rich. You see, debt and taxes make the rich richer, and debt and taxes make the poor middle class poorer. My last paycheck, I still remember it clearly. It was one of the worst and the best days of my life. So I got this check and I went, holy mackerel. You know what I mean? So I was excited, but I was also disturbed. And so this other guy comes up to me, his name was John, and John says to me, he says, "You're gonna be back." I said, "Why?" He says, "Because you're gonna fail." I looked at him and said, "Look," few expletive words, because that's what he did. He left Xerox, failed, and he came back. And I said, "Look, you failed and you came back, but I'm gonna fail and I'm never coming back." And that's the attitude. Do you know what I mean? If you say, "Well, if I fail, I'll go back to mommy and daddy," then that's what you'll do. So if you fail, that's when I became an entrepreneur, because I had no money. I had no money for years. You know, I didn't have a paycheck. But that's what my rich dad encouraged me to do. He says, when you don't have this paycheck, you get hungrier, smarter, and it's a test of your character. Will you become a crook? Will you become dishonest? Will you cheat and steal? Or will you become a better human being? So really, that's the benefit of becoming an entrepreneur, is you really find out who you are when you don't have anything. If you're an entrepreneur and you're going to be a big entrepreneur, leadership skills and communication skills are more important than a law degree.
So what you're saying is education, the mindsets can be taught, and if I learn the mindsets, and earlier you talked about, when I asked you a question about can somebody go out there and do something about this, there's got to be desire. But if I feed my mind, I got desire, I have an opportunity to make it as an entrepreneur.
Desire and ambition.
Sure.
That's what it takes.
Sure.
That's why I say everybody can open a lemonade stand, but very few can be rich with it. You know, a lot of network marketing companies picked up the book, like Amway and those guys, and they picked up the book to help recruit because it's about financial independence. They're about the same thing I am. And then Oprah called in 2000. And then the next thing I'm on Oprah, and I went from obscurity to world famous, you know, overnight success in 2000. And the book has been on the New York Times bestsellers for 7 years until the New York Times took it off. They said it had been on too long. But as you know, I mean, most people in publishing or journalism, they're on the other side of the coin of capitalism, you know. So they don't like guys who make money. And that's like my poor dad's side. So that's kind of the story. And, you know, I play Monopoly in real life. I don't need a job. I don't have a retirement. Don't need a retirement. I don't want the government to take care of me. But I felt a social responsibility to teach. And that's what my rich dad did for me. And the average person, the reason they're poor is they haven't failed. You know, they play it so safe. They haven't made any mistakes like they taught in school. That means they don't learn anything. That's why the school system's actually fundamentally corrupt. It's anti-education. Don't make mistakes and don't ask for help. And if I didn't ask for help, I have my accountants, my attorneys, my bankers, and all that. You know, I go into business like a rugby team. You know, boom, boom, and we kick butt. But the average guy is standing there, "Oh, I'm an A student. I'm going to do this all on myself," and a bunch of rugby players run you over, and you go, "Well, they're not playing fair." Yeah, well, you're playing stupid. You should have a team. You should have accountants, attorneys, and bankers, and all that stuff. But that's not the game I want to play. I said, then don't play the game. You know, the game of business is played with accountants, attorneys, bankers, hate to say it, politicians. You know, you got to know the game. So what I say to young people is, you find your game. So my game financially is business, number one. Second is real estate. And that's why I pay no taxes, legally. It is a combination of business and real estate that gives us an unfair advantage over employees, because they don't know what to do. You know, your super ego was taught, get a job, work hard, or you'll never be rich, or the rich are evil, or whatever.
And until you change your mindset, money won't help you, right?
Correct.
And we see that with people that win the lottery, people that make more money, they still have the same problem.
Right.
Because they have that poor man's soul.
Correct. If you're poor, you'll always be poor.
That's really hard for people to understand.
Yeah, the money will disappear that fast. Just like most pro athletes, you know, they make millions of dollars, and what, 65% are bankrupt 5 years later? It's because they come from poor families. Now you tell them that, they get very angry at you. It's not, it's the rich fault. You know, it's you guys ripped me off and government ripped me off. But unfortunately, what Mr. Lipton was saying, it's passed down genetically. That's the frightening thing.
Do the rich people cringe and say,
have this thing is called now trigger effects. So you can't, as a teacher, you can't say anything that might upset the student. They don't want anything that might jar their point of view. You see people say, well, why don't you give the poor money? So the only problem with that is it just creates more poor people.
give a man a fish, he fishes for the day, or eats for the day.
Yeah, you give a man a fish, you get a lot of people who want more fish, you know? But you teach them to fish. We become creatures of our own habits. And until we break the habit, we don't change. Our schools don't teach that. Our schools teach almost the exact opposite of that. And the average person, the reason they're poor is they haven't failed. You know, they play it so safe. They haven't made any mistakes like they taught in school. That means they don't learn anything. That's why the school system's actually fundamentally corrupt. It's anti-education. So what I say to young people is you find your game. So my game financially is business, number one. Second is real estate. And that's why I pay no taxes. That's why Trump pays no taxes. Legally, it is a combination of business and real estate that gives us an unfair advantage over employees because they don't know what to do. And a lot of people would rather sit in the stands than be in the game. One of the greatest ways to acquire great wealth is playing Monopoly in real life. 4 greenhouses, 1 red hotel. But is that all there is? That's it.
Robert, if I could give you some kind of a magic phone and you could make a call to the 20-year-old Robert Kiyosaki and give that young man a bit of advice, what would you tell him?
I would just say keep going. Just do what you have to do. Just, you know, live it to the fullest, which I did. Nothing I ever did made sense. Now, could you imagine quitting a $120,000 a year job for $200 a month to go fight in Vietnam and almost die? It didn't make sense, but it was the best decision I made at that time. And I think what most people do is they let their parents or their friends talk them out of life. So afraid of failing. But failing is how we succeed. You look at guys like Edison and all that. They failed like 1,014 times before he invented the light bulb. You know, our schools punish you for making mistakes. That's why we have so many people who are so afraid of admitting they make mistakes or afraid of failing. He goes left brain, right brain. I'll take that bastard off. There's only one of us is going to go home today, and it's going to be me. I'm going to kill him. You know. But you talk to other people. What if I die? So, you better not fly with me because I don't want you in my aircraft. If a person cannot control their subconscious mind, I don't want them on my team because they'll panic, they'll blow it, they won't shoot when they have to shoot, they'll run when they should be going forward, you know, they'll back up and things like this. So these are the whole thing. So in the battle of the human mind, it's all inside of here, as best I can see. So making money is not an issue. You know, going to the gym, big issue. Eating is an issue for me. I'm not addicted to, I mean, I used to smoke for 2 years. When I said I'm not gonna smoke, stop. I drink a lot, I can stop. I like coffee, I can stop. And all this. But the one thing, as I go past a Chinese restaurant, cannot stop.
Yeah, baby, here we go.
You know, I'd be driving past the Imperial Peking Chinese buffet, and automatically the car would turn right, and I'd be in there, you know, and my left brain would be going, stop, stop, stop. Do I make sense, you guys? Here? So the discussion today is, can somebody be addicted to being poor? And I think it's possible. And I don't know what it is. And can somebody be addicted to being poverty? Absolutely. You know, can somebody be addicted to being an employee even though they hate their job? I think possibly. Does that make sense, you guys here? This is a different kind of addiction. So it's really about the battle between all of us, and the way I decided I could win in the real world. Since I couldn't win here, I would never win in the classroom here. Never. There is not a class I would win in, because I don't read and I don't write. Terrible. I mean, I read very slowly. And I like to cheat. It's called I discuss. But you're not allowed to do that in school. But I'm very creative. I like to draw, paint. You know, I do play the ukulele, you know. But this is my strongest one. It is my intrapersonal skill. Is the handling of fear and the handling of greed. That is what makes me an entrepreneur. I can handle that. You know, when things get frightening, I just turn it around, crank it up. Okay, when the economy's bad, I say, yes, baby, I'm gonna kick butt now. The reason I'm gonna kick butt is because these guys have lost their nerve. Does that make sense? So right now, as the economy starts to go into a recession, people are starting to panic. This is the time to get rich. But when I talk to most people about a declining economy, you know, and they can't think anymore. They go reptilian. Am I making sense here? So the way to win in the world is by, and this is the book coming out next spring in 2008, is you get your financial IQ up, you need 3 parts of your brain. Well, the reason the rich don't work for money is number one expense is tax. See, there's 3 kinds of income: earned, portfolio, passive. So earned income is if I get a job, that's earned income. If I'm a doctor or a programmer, that's earned income because I'm working for it. if I buy, let's say, Apple for $10 and I sell it for 20, that's portfolio income, capital gains.
Yeah.
But passive income, which is cash flow, is never taxed. So it's not, and so these guys are screaming right now in America, tax the rich. I said, good luck. Because most of the guys complaining, they don't know there's three kinds of income. And the rich don't have jobs anyway. They have assets. And so the average schmo out there, poor guy, you know, sent the kid to school, they don't learn this. So that's why in Fake, as you were talking about it, there's a newspaper article about Jared Kushner, and he explains how the Trumps and the Kushners don't pay taxes and make millions of dollars. And the reporter couldn't understand him because they're not, our schools will never teach you that three types of income.
And they judged him and say they're wrong and it's cheating. And we see that over and over again. Amazon not paying taxes. What do you say to people when they come up to you and say, Robert, it's not fair. It's not fair they're not paying taxes.
Well, there's always three sides to a coin, you know, heads, tails, and the edge. You know, so which side of the coin are you on? From my side, it's fair. But this is the difference. Everybody can do the same thing I do because the tax laws are for everybody. You know, we don't say, well, the tax laws are only for the rich. No, the tax laws are for everybody to use if you have the right financial education. And the reason I'm an advocate of financial education, without that education, you have to pay taxes. You see, very few people will buy what I do, make $1 million and pay zero tax. That takes, and my rich dad taught me that playing Monopoly. That's how it started, you know, 4 greenhouses, 1 red hotel. Or the McDonald's formula, I write about it here. McDonald's, Ray Kroc.
Yeah.
McDonald's is in the real estate business. So they sell hamburgers, but they buy real estate, so they pay no taxes. You know, this guy Bezos, well, he's $16 billion. How much tax do they pay on that $16 billion? Zero.
And that's all legal. Anyone can do it.
Everybody can do it.
But most people lack the education.
Correct.
So Jared learned about money when he was a kid by watching his father, by watching these people invest in real estate and said, wow, not only do you get to make the money, you get to keep the money. That's a big problem a lot of people don't understand. They, oh, look how much money I made, but how much did you keep? Because that could be half.
How much tax did you pay?
Right, what tax did you pay? And so you always say, this is the law. The law is true for every citizen. You can do it, but most people just don't do it. Sometimes, like you said, they don't have the education, because you need to have a plan if you're gonna go do risky things.
Well, it's not risky. I mean, to me, what's What's risky is having a job and paying taxes and saving money because they're printing it. You know, that's the worst thing of all. And that's why there's fake money, fake teachers, because the teachers will never, they don't know it.
Right.
And fake assets, because Wall Street or the City of London or Lehman Brothers or Goldman and all, they're not going to tell you this.
Hallo? Hallo, hallo, hallo? What's up? I'm live on YouTube. Yes. Don't you have subscribed? Don't you have subscribed? Maybe you don't have the notification button. What's not coming?
Oh, I bet I will search. RebouneZ. It's RebouneZ. Yeah, you live.
Of course I am.
Wait, you are playing VR? What? Oh, I was
OG Fortnite.
You are playing Battle Royale, like, yes.
Yeah, OG Fortnite.
It's, yeah, you live.
Of course I am.
Wait, you are playing VR? What? Oh, I was
OG Fortnite.
You are playing Battle Royale, like, yes. Oh, you are in the game and talking to me, right?
Yes. You need just...
What's that?
What?
What's the sound coming from your mic, I guess?
What do you mean?
It's like keyboard sound.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
I just got a new emote for free, I guess.
Wow. Bro, from where?
It's a sausage emote. Oh.
I got sniped.
I got
is lifting you now. The anointing on your life is undeniable, and the evidence will soon be visible.
I'm coming, lobby.
You are the 1% heaven.
you coming?
You have the stream still on?
Hmm.
Has
Wow,
marked
my level is
for
10.
overflow,
Yay.
not for status, but for
My level is
service.
10, bruh.
Chosen one,
No
take
problem.
a deep breath and let this truth settle in your spirit. You made it, not by chance, not by shortcuts, but by grace that carried you through every storm and season of silence.
Let's play this.
Heaven
Let's
has
run.
witnessed every moment you chose
want
faith
OG
over fear,
Fortnite?
integrity over impulse, and
Let's
obedience
play
over
this. It's my favorite
convenience.
map.
What you're stepping into now is
But
the
that's
visible
not PvP.
harvest of every unseen act of surrender.
Really?
That's
This
yeah.
is the
That's
season.
parkour. That's not PvP.
Yeah. I am noob in PvP. Wait.
Yeah,
Wow,
but you
what
learn
about-
with the time, you know.
What about this?
Ah, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. There's also PvP, but
Is that like a civilian or
Yeah,
murder or sheriff?
yeah, murderer and sheriff. Yeah, exactly. Like in
Okay,
Minecraft.
okay.
Like I said to
Yes,
you,
yes.
this is Minecraft just upgraded. It's just far better in quality and other things. It did say.
Damn.
Make ready.
Yeah, I am ready. Yeah, it's preparing to download.
Ah, okay, yeah. I understand.
See, I
Where
got
what
this
was
mod.
spoken in private becomes
So sick.
undeniable in public. Anointed one, this isn't the end of your journey. This is the beginning of your reign. You've crossed through fire and
Hey,
came
I'ma
out
give you
refined.
this. I'ma give you this. Wait. See this. Red card. Red card. Yo, damn, your character is so good. I don't have any clothes.
My what?
I don't have any clothes. I have this shit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the OG dance that you are making right now.
Yeah, I love it.
Sense of security. You know, Luis, I'm gonna just, keep you afloat as long as I live.
Wow.
And so go for it, you know.
Okay. I'll text you if I need you, Cam.
Yeah. So if you get an endorsement from wealthy people like that,
That's cool.
You don't have to worry about it. Just so imagine.
How does someone get an endorsement from someone who has a lot of money like that?
I think.
What can they do?
I think you have to live your life purposes. That's another subject. But if you are living your life purpose, a lot of people support you. In my mind, wealth is an emotion. It doesn't really matter how much you have, how much you make. Because I've interviewed over the course of my career, I've interviewed many millionaires and billionaires, and some of them are very unhappy and very upset with everything.
Where are you?
And also among the people who are struggling with life, there are also happy people and unhappy people. So,
charming. Hello. Why don't you speak? Faith, my game is loading. Okay. No, I got disconnected. Yeah, then just restart your game. I'm still here online. Yeah, I'm waiting, don't worry. I'm here. Don't worry.
I think wealth is an attitude. If you feel like you're so happy and so content with what you have, you are already wealthy. But if you have to struggle every day and you cannot find happiness either in your business or in personal life, I think you're not wealthy, even if you have billions in your bank account. The people with the radiance of appreciation often attract more people and more opportunities. So this is not a new age or a spiritual thing. It's a practice
I am not in the game. You can join.
To appreciate more. So
just
what you appreciate,
play on Murder Mystery and then you come here.
What should we be thinking about instead of like, I want to make $1 million? Should we be reframing that in a different way?
First of all, you really have to figure out what you want in your life. So do you want to be a
charming?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
What the fuck just happened?
I don't know. Yeah, just join here in Murder Mystery. Just make play, you'll automatically come here.
What?
Just make play on Murder Mystery, then you will automatically join here.
Okay, nice. Shit.
I am the sheriff!
Oh yeah, it's a joinable game.
Yes.
Play,
Yes.
I didn't know that. It's very good. You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I turned off my mic. I don't know where my headphones go. It said connecting.
Yeah, you are in the game, I think, connecting with West.
Hey,
who is the murderer?
I'm coming, I'm drinking water, okay?
Okay.
AFK.
But who is the murderer? Oh, bruh. Can you just mute that? Cause I'm live, you know. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, can you mute that? I'm live. Otherwise I need to mute you, you know. Get off the stream.
A happy person, or do you want to be a wealthy person? You can take both, but the way to happy and wealthy people only has an opening who aim for happiness first.
I love this because most people think once I'm there,
What?
then I'll be happy, then I'll respect myself.
Nothing. Where are you?
I'm dead.
What? How?
I killed the wrong one. Don't you have headsets?
Bro, I can't find them.
Okay.
Because of my mates that was in my house. Oh, okay, let me find them. Or is it okay? I can find them in like 2 minutes.
GG.
Okay, wait, I am coming. I'm finding my house. Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Now my voice is clear.
How do you mean?
You said you have headphones like you're saying.
Oh wait, then I make you louder. Okay, talk. Yeah, I'm still hearing the background from your Fortnite game.
Oh, like that. Because I lost my headphones.
Yeah, but it's uncomfortable for the stream, you know?
Right.
Because I hear everything doubled, your gameplay and my voice and things like that, you know? What?
Okay, so now it's good.
Now it's better, yeah.
I
But-
low down my voice and I increase my mic voice. What to do? Oh, I got
Are you murderer or sheriff?
Ah, why I tell you?
Are you sheriff or murderer?
I am innocent. It said innocent.
Yeah, me too.
I am hiding in the best place. RebouneZ, Whitey. Are you alive?
Yes, yes. Oh, GG.
Oh, I won. You won because of me. I won murderer. Literally, I will. Whoa, your hello. Kid saying it.
I'm gonna chop your head off.
Bro, you press to jump so high. I learned so many things like in Minecraft that was
What?
like things switching.
They have also bad wars here now.
Yeah, I know. There is I played it. It was not so good.
You played it?
Yeah, it was very OP. Hey, why are you sitting here?
I'm sitting here on the top. Oh, bruh. I'm innocent.
Bro, what is this game? Like I always get this stupid.
Yeah, I'm innocent too. I need to hide.
Please, where are you?
I need to hide. Where are you? I am
Where are
behind
you?
you.
Meet me.
I'm here behind. Hello.
Haha. We had to sit here.
Oh, here's one already. Oh, you are the murderer! You little sneaky boy.
Oh shit! No way, bro.
GG.
Bro, how? I killed him, bro. How was that? How was that? Tell me.
You
Why are you
schlinger.
so quiet? It's very good. No, I'm very good. Hey. Okay, let's be more together.
Dum da 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 dum da 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 dum.
Hotel, hotel.
Hotel.
I'm coming home, I'm coming home.
Please forgive, I'm coming home.
Yo, innocent. Oh, it says murder chance 6%. What you become? Don't tell me you are murder and you will kill me. Don't tell me.
I'm innocent.
I am hiding.
I need to hide.
Just tell me.
La 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 do do do. I'm hiding.
Where are you hiding? I'm in the toilet or something.
I'm also in the toilet.
Man. Hey, can we hide in the closets?
I think.
Let me check. No, we can't. Oh shit, someone died. Oh shit. Ooh. What are you doing, Sheriff? Oh shit.
I'm not sheriff.
Oh my god. Where to run?
I am here. I'm hiding. Before the enemy comes and kills me.
You are murderer.
No, I'm so, look in the stream. I'm innocent. I'm hiding.
I'm hiding in the bathtub.
I am not the murderer.
You're the. Let me check the stream.
I'm innocent. I'm hiding. I'm telling you the truth.
Bro, I don't lie. Like.
I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. I'm here in the bathroom hiding.
What about me lying? Yeah,
Wow.
you are innocent.
I'm innocent.
Hey, tell me your location. I will come.
Yeah, you will kill me. You little
No, I swear to God,
sneaky
I
boy.
won't.
No, don't swear to him. Don't swear to him. That's not good.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Shit.
It's time for a promotion.
Where are you? Oh my god, murder is coming right behind me. I'm scared.
They don't even see me.
I found the gun. What that means?
I'm coming.
I found a gun.
Yeah, kill the murderer. He's at me. He's behind me. Kill him. Help me. He wants to kill me. No! Hamad is the enemy.
Where are you? Oh, okay, I see you. Okay.
The no skin.
Yay!
What is this guy riding? I cannot. Whoa, whoa. Huh?
Hey, why Anonymous 282?
What is this Ivy has written in the chat? Can you identify it?
Man, ada Mohan Anda.
What?
He's saying Arabic.
What? What does that mean?
I don't know, but I can read it, but I don't know the meaning.
Oh, nice, GG.
Hey. What about spaceship? What is that? Oh, I clap at wrong time. Yo, it's fun. This game is fun.
No, I am innocent.
No, you're murderer. I see you in stream.
No, I'm not murderer.
Oh my god, I found the murderer. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Run, bro, run! Why are you going that way?
Is that the murderer? Are you the murderer?
I'm not the murderer.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yo, what? Huh? Why did I glitch down?
How?
I don't know. Look in the stream where I am. I cannot even move here. No! Oh, wow. Okay.
I send the elevator now.
Yeah, I thought the elevator would kill me when it comes down.
Hey, this
Come.
Where you going? Where you going?
Come with me. I know a good where we can hide. Where are you? Come. Now, here. Let's stay here.
What?
Here. Don't move here. They can't see the steps.
Even I can't move the screen or not the foot.
The foot of the Fortnite player, you know.
Or the joystick.
Yes.
Oh, if you
Excited
hide
about
there, we will won.
Then I'll get the attention I want. What I'm hearing you
If we
say
hide
is
until the time
only
runs
way
out,
to happy
so
and
we will
wealthy is through happiness
won
first.
the game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then if you're lucky, or if it's your destiny, I would say,
YouTube
you may be rewarded with money.
RebouneZ. GG.
Money is the end result
XD.
of what we get after serving the
Oh my
world.
god, somebody's
Oh.
coming.
So instead of focusing on what you get, you have to really focus on what you
Should
give.
I move? Should I move?
And
No.
our life is in the middle of giving and receiving. So unless we receive
Yeah, he's
well,
hiding
unless
also. He's
we
not murderer. Wait, I
give
show
well,
him.
we
Here,
can
come
receive.
it. No.
So we are
Come.
in this cycle of appreciation or resentment. Either cycle you're in, your life
Hey,
exists.
he's doing
So
wrong
if you
things.
start appreciating
No, he's
life
not
about
murderer.
everything, including money,
Okay.
your life will be filled with money and appreciation.
Ooh.
If your life will be filled with resentment, anger,
Bro, your
and
costume
fear
is crazy.
around
I
money
love
and
it.
also around life,
Thank you.
your life will be also surrounded by fear and resentment and anxiety.
Don't move, buddy. He's moving.
Whatever you invest could end up in half or 30%
Hey,
down.
you
So
becoming
instead,
sussy.
I recommend people start
Is that your
looking at
girlfriend?
invisible assets.
No.
Because what if you lose everything overnight? If you have gold,
Why
what
is she
if the
looking at
government first take away to pay
Oh,
for
enemies?
stuff?
Oh no, they are
Really happening
over
in
us.
China, by the way.
Really?
So, if that happens, I guess you have to be prepared for unthinkable situations. But as I said, if you have so
Wow,
many
it's
friends who
easy,
can support
damn.
you financially or emotionally,
You win.
so instead of having so much money in the bank account, you should have the trust and
The
a strong
innocent
connection
survived.
with friends around you, and also reputation with your
Why they
clients.
don't display the
So,
murder name?
Whatever
I
happens,
don't know.
if you have the strong connections
I guess if you
with
survive, they
people
hide
around
the
you,
murder.
you can stop.
Precious time joined the game.
precious time.
I'm a survivor.
Badges.
Dojo.
Dojo, I like it. I like the team. What are you doing, you angel? Look like angels, but you are suspicious.
I have the skin also in my thumbnail. Yeah, in my YouTube thumbnail of the stream. You don't see it?
Bro, what? Bro, I only got one murder.
You saw it?
Where are you? Where are you?
I'm hiding.
Bro, I don't know where to hide. Oh my god. Oh shit, oh shit. Not good.
Are you hiding?
I am not hiding, I'm running. Oh, I am with this guy. Oh my god, they found the secret place. Oh my god. Leg. Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yes.
Can you hear me? They found a secret place like before we found. It's hidden in the wall. Are you hiding?
No. Are you?
Let me see your stream. Who are you, boy?
No!
What? Oh! Why you said no?
I was the murderer.
You
You didn't saw it in the stream?
You're so sassy. I will see your stream from now on.
Infected. Zombie apocalypse.
What is this infected? I vote for infected.
Wing Shang. Huh. Wing Shang Long.
连续上口述上出场。I learned some.
You learn Chinese.
What does mean infected and what does mean savior?
If you are infected, you need to kill the others. Then you have a sword. And if you are not infected, you receive a weapon. And you need to kill the green infected ones with the weapon if you are not infected.
What? Hey, a gun. What is means gun?
With the gun, you need to kill the infected, the green ones. The zombies. You know?
Where are you? Where are you?
No! I'm infected.
Oh, I am too. Welcome, buddy.
Welcome, welcome.
Yeah. I was hiding. Oh my god, I got black. What does this mean?
No!
What? Prima privilégio que poaraga para pias buscas a salvar a poça não papi por ter.
Wing Shang! No!
What?
Nah, I didn't infect it.
RebouneZ.
Yeah, what? No! Okay, I have him.
What to do with this sword?
Yeah, kill the guys with the weapons.
I killed one guy only. I have killed one guy.
Where's the last one with the sword?
Where the fuck is he hiding? Yes, let me cry. Let me see.
Where is he, eh?
Oh, the joke. Oh my god! Find this bitch! I guess it's on the top of the house. People are fighting.
I don't know.
Let me go to the top of the house. Meow. Peach girl. Peach girl. Oh, he's hiding, bro!
Yeah, I don't. It's a bug. I think it doesn't even exist.
He's up there. Dang.
Oh,
We lost because of fate.
Who was the last survivor?
First infected. Hey, Beastie Dream. First infected. You see?
Yes.
See? Say less. What does mean say less, nigga?
Say less. Say exactly what it means. Hey. I go fast, make coffee. I'm coming back.
Habibi. GDXD. Let me copy your sentence. GDXD. Hey, I don't know what I got. I don't see literally. Let me hide in case. Bruh, I got servo. Hey, no, someone's gotta kill me. Where are you, fatty? Should I kill you? Tell me right now. What I said to you? Did I? Bitch, I gotta go. Buddy. Bye, I gotta go. Fit. Hello. I have to go now. Hey. What happened? Fit. Hey, I gotta go, buddy, if you're hitting me. I'm going offline. Hey, you.
And it could even be small. Like one of my phrases I like is put it on the calendar. What's on the calendar? What are you looking forward to?
The vision, right? And so for your vision, we said we want to build a great sustaining company into the 21st century because we had just sold Razzle, and we actually kind of wanted to keep it going. They just made us an offer we couldn't refuse. We owed that to the shareholders. And then the mission is all about leadership because the object of the game, particularly in Silicon Valley, is to be the category king. Because when you're the category king, you get 80% of the industry resources and 80% of market cap. So our mission was to create a category called business-to-business electronic commerce and to be the leader. And then the next thing under that is your values. So, right, integrity's there, courage, high ambition, accountability, respect, the basics. And then we had a set of team rules that kind of personify those values. And by the way, same team rules for all the companies. The first one is direct, open, and honest communication. In a word, the truth. Because I had seen General Motors, when you go through 15 levels, you know, I started at the lowest of the low, production floor, to the highest of the high, where I was a staff for the board of directors. I could see how that message would change, right? The second one is no idea is a bad idea. And then we added parentheses, unless the CEOs. So, because it's all about making a safe environment.
Sure, sure.
And you can make a safe environment when you mock out the CEO. Plus, it's fun. The third one is always raise the standard in everything we do, in our people, our processes, and our products. And if somebody can't keep up with that standard, you got to do something about it. Otherwise, you've automatically lowered your standard. Then the fourth one is we're a team first and functional specialist second. So you developers put your feet in the customer's shoes. You sales guys don't make commitments we can't keep. And then the fifth one is the most powerful one of all. And that is hire the best people, especially if they're better than us.
For 20 years, I was just so obsessed with creating money and getting money. And I was not really obsessed at all in enjoying life and enjoying the money. And that's something when COVID happened that 180'd my life. And I'm grateful for it. It was definitely unfortunate for a lot of people. I was just grateful that it brought up, okay, well, if this is not forever, how do we enjoy this life? And so a lot of my learnings and what I do in our channel is to inspire people to be able to do their own things in business journey. And that doesn't mean to be...
It's harder almost because I knew the lessons. It wasn't like I was in that ignorant arrogance where I was in blame, shame, and justification. I was lying there being accountable, and that's hard. And at that time, accountability still was tied to what did I do to attract this to myself? What am I supposed to learn? It's evolved to what did I do to participate in it or the perception of it and what am I supposed to learn? But I remember, like, I wanted to get up. TV was on, almost like the jacket.
Start over from
from zero.
From zero.
I asked you this in our last interview. I said, okay, Kat, imagine you've lost all your money right now, and you had to make $1 million in a year. I don't know if you remember your answer, but I asked you this, and you said, I said, what would you do? And you said, well, I would just call my friends up and say, can you give me money? I'd call 10, 20 of my friends up and say, can you give me $100,000 each? Or can I stay in your house for free? And you would offer a service to those wealthy friends that you've created trust and invisible assets with.
Right.
And sell them something new or whatever it might be. And it's because you have great relationships.
Right.
That's why you could do that.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing you say, Ken, is it's important to invest
So the entire system is called the fractional reserve system. The fractional reserve system is also printing money. And then they tell you to save money. So they want you to save money so they can lend out your money 10 times. So your dollar became worthless 10 times over. And then they used to pay you 10% interest on your money. Now it's at best 1%. And they're still lending it out 10 times. So that's why you don't save money, is because your money is becoming worth less and less and less and less and less. The banks are getting richer and richer and richer. Then they tax you on that interest they pay you. That 1% interest, if they pay you that much. Japan is 0. And the Japanese are so stupid, they still save money.
We also have 0.
Yeah, and they still save money. How stupid is that? So that's what I would question. So how come that happens? Now, if I borrow money, guess what? Do I pay taxes on debt?
I guess no.
Why is that?
I know
this is what I'm saying, okay? Question everything.
Okay.
So when they lend out money, that's how money is created. Money is debt.
How do you store value then? Because we all work and we have, let's say, a lifespan of when we are productive, and then comes retirement, and you retired early.
Because I don't follow the go to school, get a job, work hard, see, that's hypnosis. They hypnotize people into being employees who will work hard, pay taxes, save money, get out of debt, and invest in the stock market. Until you question those sayings, those words, you'll be a poor person. So when they lend out them, why is debt tax-free?
I don't know.
Because that's how money is created. And so the banks love it. They love people who borrow lots of money. So how do I get rich? I borrow money and I buy assets with it. The poor person borrows money and buys liabilities like purses, cars, houses, and they get poorer and poorer and poorer. But I use debt. I borrowed $300 million after the crash, dollars. In 2000, by 2010, I had borrowed $300 million to buy real estate. That made me rich. And the interest rates kept coming down, so that my cost of money kept coming down. And so everybody else is saying, oh, you should get out of debt. You know why? Because they don't question the hypnosis they're under. You've been hypnotized to work hard for money, to save it. The fractional reserve system prints it. And then they pay taxes after taxes. So I have all this debt and I get rich. So the question is, how do you learn to use debt to get rich? Because they tell you not to get out of debt. So all I'm saying to you is, if a person does not question what they've been taught, they will always be poor. They've been hypnotized into being poor. Then you put it in the stock market, in pensions, right? So let's say I put $100 in a pension plan. When do I get that money back?
Most Romanians don't even dream of getting to pension now.
I understand that. But it's not just Romanians. Please hear, it's worldwide. This is why I think, this is why I work, this is why I teach. You have to question what they're teaching you. So I put my money in a pension. I might not ever get it back, because they could lose it. So the question I always say is, well, when do I get my money back? And the average person has been hypnotized. Go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, and invest in a pension. And you never get your money back. The whole thing was designed to keep you poor. So that's why I argue with you, until a person questions what's already been put in their head. And that's what my poor dad put in my head. Go to school, get a job, work hard. And that's America. The same as Romania. It's not any different. Save money, put it in the stock market. You never get your money back.
We all look up to the American dream. Is it all fake? I'm coming down to your book now because...
No, please let me finish, okay?
Okay.
Until you question what's already in your head, you will do what's already in your head.
Okay.
There is I don't know if people are Christian or not, but it's in the Bible because the words become flesh. Go to school, get a job, work hard, save money, get out of debt, invest in the stock market, buy a house, buy a car. Until you question that, you're hypnotized. You'll be a poor person all your life.
Okay, 6 very short questions. So what would you choose between Apple or Tesla if you had the money to buy it?
What's that?
The companies. If you had the money to buy Apple or Tesla, what would you buy?
I just told you I don't invest in the stock market.
But in companies, in
I
businesses.
wouldn't invest in either of them.
Either of them.
No, because I don't get my money back. I want my money back.
Okay. Gold or Bitcoin?
Gold.
Fight or flight?
That's a stupid question.
Sometimes people that fight lose.
So what? What's wrong with losing?
Okay.
Question what you've been taught, and you ask me superficial questions rather than why wouldn't I invest in Apple or Tesla? See, that's a more important question.
That's an open question. You can do what.
But why wouldn't I invest in them?
Because you don't get your money back.
Yes.
I'm starting to learn.
Yes. I can make money much faster than Apple or Tesla. And I would use debt. I wouldn't use my money.
But do you think they use their money to grow?
Of course not. Look at Amazon, this guy Bezos, right? He's one of the richest men in the world. Do you think he pays any taxes?
He doesn't even pay much profit to his investors.
Do you think Bezos became a billionaire paying taxes?
I wouldn't bet on that.
He doesn't pay taxes. Trump doesn't pay taxes. I don't pay taxes. So the question is, how do guys like us do it is the question you should be asking.
Because the rich people make the rules.
We study different things. I wouldn't go to school.
I appreciate you for taking the time.
Thank you. Thanks for putting up with me.
I appreciate you challenging people all the time through your interviews and your workshops and everything.
That's why I'm going to overindulge and overspend on myself. And we know the financial roller coaster you're actually putting yourself through. This, my friends, is what the people do that take care of their money. They know Uncle Sam or Revenue Canada or Mexico, they're taking their money no matter what. So when I come in, that check comes in, I don't say to myself, I get it all. It automatically goes there. I leave a piece here, and the balance goes here. Make sense? So tell your buddy, are you going to do this, yes or no? Yes or no? Now, here's what I know. Look up here, guys. The number of clients that have done this, and then I see them a year later, and they go, I have $15,000 in my savings account. I've never had that. But more importantly, I've paid all my taxes. Like, I'm on time, and I have money inside my business account, and it's the end of the year, and my accountant said I need to take a dividend, so I'm getting a big chunk of change at the end of the year. This is awesome. Now, I don't know about you guys, but does anybody like nice things? You know, family trips, vacations, memories, holidays, you know, maybe a new outfit. The challenge is, if you keep that psychology without requiring or putting in the discipline, you know what you end up with? A bunch of nice things and a shit ton of debt. So do me a favor, tell your buddy, do you know someone personally that has too much debt? Anybody inside this room? Now listen, there's smart debt and there's bad debt, and I'm not going to go too in depth with you on this, but you know the difference. You know, credit card debt at 19% is dumb debt. Buying a house and getting a mortgage with 3.5% is really good debt. So we all know the difference, and I just want you to be mindful. I want you to take care of your money. But now, did you guys get a photo of this? Did you capture it? Are you sure? Are you promising to do this? Okay, do you want to know what the wealthy agents do? This is what the wealthy agents do. It's a little more complex. It's a little more complex. I would get it up on the big screen over there, guys, and take a photo of it. But more importantly, I want you to draw the whole thing out in your notes. Draw the whole thing out on your notes. This is what the wealthy do. This is the stuff that no one taught me, saw until Bill Mitchell pulled me aside and said, what do you do with your money? And I'm like, I don't know. I just get the check and I throw it inside my account and I spend it like crazy and I never have any cash and I'm always in trouble. Draw this out. So play a game with me. You get a $10,000 check. The $10,000 check goes to what account? To what account? And 33% of it goes automatically where? To my tax account, because I don't really have 10,000. I really have like, 6,000 and change. That's the real deal. So 3,300 automatically here. Then I take another 3,300 over here or less, because I don't know your business expenses. But by the way, guys, your marketing cost should be no more than 10% of your expected gross revenue. Your marketing cost should be no more than 10% of your expected gross revenue. So a percentage of that 3,300 is going to go for your direct mail and your marketing and your email and your Zillow leads and your Facebook ads and the prints and the brochures and everything else. But no more than 10%. No more than 10%. Got it? Because you're incorporated now, your car and a piece of your house and all kinds of other things get written off into or from this account, so we like that. But you might also have inside there, ready guys? A virtual assistant, an assistant. Well, where is that person going to be paid from? You got a check for 10 grand. You didn't actually get 10 grand. You got 6,700. 3,300 goes inside here. Now I can pay my assistant. It starts to work like clockwork. You with me? But you can see this is where it gets interesting. Some people call this other account your investment account. I like to think of it as my financial hub. It's where the money comes in and then it gets divided again. Now, I'm not a financial planner, nor do I even attempt to be, but I'm giving you just an example of what that extra $3,400 could go towards. So maybe you need, because you do 2 deals a month, you're like, I need $4 grand a month to come into the home expenses, so I'm going to take, 2 grand of my 3,300 or the 3,400. Where does the rest go? Do you have a retirement account? Do you put money in the stock market or in bonds or whatever you believe in, 401k? Do you have an account where you just put cash to buy real estate? Why not, on every check, take 5% of every check, put it into an account called cash for real estate? And you just watch that sucker grow like crazy over time, 2 years. And also you're like, I got $185,000 in cash sitting inside that account. I should go buy a duplex. I should go buy a fourplex. I now have the money to go do these deals. Retirement account, real estate cash account. I use this because I did it with my kids, a 529B account, which is a college fund. Cash account. Since we did real estate cash, why don't we call this the fun account? The fun account. I'm going to go spend this money on stupid stuff and throw it away later and not care. Or I'm going to take this money and I'm going to use it for vacations and holidays. What action are you going to take in the next 30 days around this conversation? There's no more information. That's it. Tell your buddy, what actions are you going to take in the next 30 days? Do it right now. Hey, thanks so much for watching. We have a number of events coming up, and we'd love to.
Nate, the market was going to tank 38%. What would I be doing in 2007? What would my next 5 to 15 moves be in 2007? Start asking yourself the question and say, what would I do if this were to take place, and what would my moves be? Then prepare. Think about it. You and I are boxing. You're going to say, if he goes this way, and I know maybe he's coming with a left hook and a right. If he's going to throw me a jab, maybe the straight right is coming. You're going to, if he goes this, if he goes that, prepare yourself. Same exact thing with your money. You don't have to just fight somebody to figure out what your next moves are going to be. Same thing goes with economy. Number 8, obsessively drive. This is very important. Listen to me. obsessively drive the one behavior that produces most of your results. Let me explain what I mean by this. So I'll go into an office. I'll talk to an entrepreneur or an intrapreneur. I'll go talk to a CEO founder. I'll go talk to a C-suite executive. And I'll say, I'll talk to a salesperson who's making a $500,000 a year income. And I'll say, let me ask you a question. So what's the number one behavior that makes you the most money? Right now, today I had a meeting. I had a meeting today with a whole department. I had about 11 of my guys in my room. And it was a 2-hour meeting. And I said, so tell me, what behavior do you do? This is what I do every day. What are some of the 5 things that you do? These are the 5 things that I do. What of these 5 behaviors increases your value and the value of the company? The first one right here, okay? How much do you get a chance to do this first one right here, whatever that behavior is? Calls, meeting with people, biz dev, shaking hands, networking, I don't know, coding, whatever that one behavior is. She told me what her one behavior was. I says, what can we do to give you more hours to keep doing this behavior here? And then we cut it out. By the time it was done, I said, here's an additional 30 hours per month for you to do this one behavior. She said, oh my gosh, thank you so much. We just had this meeting. I had this meeting 3 hours ago, prior to shooting this video. 3 hours ago, I gave her 30 more hours to do what? One thing. Why? Because I know while you may think you have to do 100 different things, you may think you have to do 10 different things. If you in an economy like this can obsessively drive the one thing, the one behavior that produces the most value for you and your company, that gives you an edge over your peers that are trying to do 50 different things. I know the thought is to multitask and to be somebody that, you know, puts your money all over the place and multiple streams of income. But if you want to create wealth, new rules of money, pick the one behavior that produces the most results and obsessively drive that one thing or that one behavior. Number 9, increase your value in the marketplace. How do you increase your value in the marketplace? 10 rules of money. You increase your value in the marketplace, you don't have anything to worry about. I had a guy that flew in today from New York. He's an executive producer, very, very well known. He went to Yale. He went to Oxford. You would know this name if I were to tell you who this person is. A very well-known name in the world of Hollywood and media. Very connected guy. Came and spent a whole day here with me. We're strategizing, talking a lot of different things. When he came in, okay, and I'm sitting down with him, we're talking about increase the market value. He said, I used to do this, I used to do this, I used to do that, I used to do this. He says, I finally realized what I'm very good at. So what are you very good at? He says, I'm good at doing X, Y, Z. And he told me the one thing. I said, I'm very good at doing this thing. It doesn't matter if the market is doing good or bad. That one thing is valuable. Why? Because he increased his value in the marketplace. It doesn't matter if the economy is good or bad or terrible. People need that one thing because his value is high. If you increase your value in the marketplace, it doesn't matter if we got a crash or not. If that value that you increase in the marketplace, people have to pay you. So find a way to increase your value in the marketplace. Some of it could be by the way you think and the kind of research you're doing. And last but not least, this is very important. I like to look at different people's opinions when it comes down to everything. Religion, whether it's Chris Hitchens, I want to see his brother's argument on why he believes in God and why he doesn't believe in God. If it's politics, I want to go sit with President Bush's campaign manager, which is what I did, and I want to go sit with President Clinton's campaign manager, which is what I did. If it's sports, I want to talk to a football coach that says, you win a championship based on defense. I want to talk to a coach that says, you win a championship on offense. I want to hear both sides. And on this side, when it comes down to money, I suggest you study opposing financial analysts. If you only study the one financial analyst that you like the most because he agrees or she agrees with everything you say, you're going to have blind spots. But if you got 2 financial analysts, and there's a lot of them, there's a lot of good ones out there. But if you look at these 2 guys, like if you just study Buffett and you don't study somebody that's the opposing belief, like Buffett and Ray Dalio, if you just study one side, if you just do Ray and you don't do the other side, you're going to have some blind spots. Both of them are very, very successful at what they do. But in times like this with the new rules of money, these guys are oh, interesting. Why did he say this? I don't know why he said this. Let me see what this guy said. Oh, okay. Well, he does kind of make sense, but I understand why he's saying this. I'm like more here, or I'm like more here. You get to kind of see the best of both worlds and make the decision for yourself because you're able to weigh out the 2 different sides, if that makes sense to you. So now, these are the 10 ones. Number 1, study which industry is about to crash. Number 2, rule of 0. Number 3, entrepreneur or intrapreneur, identify yourself. Next, be ahead of a hoax, monetize fear, study market crashes pre, during, and post. Know your next move, obsessively drive the one thing, the one behavior. Number 9, increase your value in the marketplace. And last but not least, study opposing financial analysts to come with your own conclusions. So if you want today's PDF, 2 ways to get it. 1, text 310-340-1132. Once again, 310-340-1132. And in the PDF, type in new rules of money. We'll send a PDF to you. Or if you're not from the US, you still want this, click on a link below, go subscribe to our newsletter. We'll also send you the PDF. I got 2 other videos I want you to watch as well that have to do with this. One of them is what started this whole conversation. This is a video I probably did 3-4 years ago called 20 Rules of Money. If you've never watched it, it's evergreen. It doesn't matter what time of the marketplace is. It's something that's effective for you to watch. 20 Rules of Money. If you've never seen it, click on this. And I did a follow-up on that titled How to Double Your Money. If you want to watch How to Double Your Money, click over here. If you want to watch 20 Rules of Money, click over here. And if you've not subscribed to the #1 channel on YouTube for entrepreneurs, click on the subscribe button over here. Thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.